The stream will start in 4 minutes. Slight delay. Give me just like 30 seconds here. I gotta finish writing something down. And I really gotta stop leaving that where it gathers so much dust. Okay, sorry about that. I have an idea for a fanfic, and I had some audio I wanted to write down for it. So today we have a fairly simple plan. As the title of the stream might imply to some of you, we're going into the fog. We're going to Far Harbor. I have dismissed Pipe already. Theoretically, she's back here in Diamond City. If not, I'll have to use a mod to track her back down later if I want her back. Ada is at the castle. Nick is in the handmaid's outfit, but overhauled to the detective look. I've given him the gainer, so I stopped back and grabbed that again. So he's got a fully upgraded gainer with the appropriate modifications. And I don't think anything else important has happened since. I'm sure I'll remember on the way up to the Nakano residence. For the Nakano residence, we are going to fast travel to Coastal Cottage and walk from there. I do apologize for having this pause as where we open in, but Ellie is literally in the middle of talking to me. So, because she was right at the door, so the moment I entered in, she started talking. And Valkyrie is still with us, so her inventory has been emptied of everything but the weapons she's been actively using as of late. And some mismatched ammunition. My original goal was to do all of Far Harbor in a single stream. We will see how that goes because I looked it up and Far Harbor runs for upwards of 20 hours. I don't know if I have that physically in me, as it's been so long since I've had to do overnights. But we may try for it. With all of that out of the way, let us begin.
While you and Nick were out, ready to put on the detective hat?
Let's hear it.
Tell me more.
Our client is a fisherman who lives on the edge of the Commonwealth, Kenji Nakano.
Nakano? Huh. That name takes me back. My memory's a little fuzzy on the details, though.
Maybe if you bothered writing things down, Nick.
Can't do that. Wouldn't want to put you out of a job.
Huh. I'll remember that the next time you need me to console a hysterical client. Mr. Nakano didn't leave many details. Said he'd go over everything when you meet him. But if you want my guess, missing person case.
I'm on it.
I'll go check it out. Thanks, Ellie.
The Nakano residence is up in the northeast, near the coast. A small fishing house. He said that he and his wife will be waiting for you.
It's a long walk. That's how the hard cases always start.
Okay, can this conversation end? Ah! Sorry, I appear to be traveled in the Nakano residence. There we go. He's caught in a dialogue issue. We'll see if he figures himself out. If not, a good old-fashioned load-unload should do it. Or, sorry, save load. Oh, that just screams something bad's about to happen. Two people in matching onesies, wearing helmets and the electric scooters. Oh, I can't imagine how badly this is going to end. Sorry, distracted by the world around us. Yeah, okay, he's back to normal. So that conversation was...
My friends say outside is smell, but you don't smell at all.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks. Okay. So when we go there, we won't have a way to get this person over to Longfell's cabin right away. We might do a little bit of settlement building, but we'll see. I'm not entirely sure. And I probably won't, and I'll probably default to an old habit of mine on the island, and we'll use robots rather than settlers to move between the settlements. And I'll probably use a default pattern I've used a few times before. Or I might make like a Raider-esque version of the Jezebel unit. So, last stop for food and water before we get there. Okay. Actually, do I have a... I didn't prep food. Let me just toss down a... Sorry about that.
Try not to sever anything you might miss.
There we go. We'll just do this real quick. Again, I've got more Deathclaw meat than I know what to do with. We got queen steak. We got
Don't
some...
much care for good neighbor. That place is nothing.
We'll pop down those real quick and... Yeah, 48 rad scorpion meat, which means we can have that number to get how many I've actually killed, which would be 28 rad scorpions. Okay, so there's the food handled. Nick. Yeah, I do like this look for Nick.
Come on.
So yeah, we'll give him... Alright, I forgot to empty that out of my inventory. We'll give him most of the Deathclaw steak and all of the omelets. Oh, that cures all addictions? That might come in handy. And we'll get rid of most of those. We're gonna hold on to those just in case, for whatever reason, Nick is classified as a robot. He shouldn't be, but he might be. Mentats... Yeah, everything else can stay. Okay. And there's Valk. Okay. We're good to go. Oh yeah, this is all I did at Coastal Cottage. I just built a hut to store the beds. One of those is going to... That one's going off to Kingsport. That one... The other one is going over to Zamonja. Just for reference. Let's go talk to this guy.
Please. I'm so thirsty.
Uh-huh.
Here you
Of
go.
course.
Oh, thank you.
There we go. Yeah, there's a mod that makes it so I could recruit them. I actually should have downloaded it. It's a nice touch. Let's head back to the main road. There we go. But no, back to what I was writing about. I've had some thoughts of the past couple days, especially after looking at a lot of the Fallout 3 concept art. I can't remember which of the two artists it was. But they had... But it's kind of inspired me on my idea for... Colonel Gussie. Sorry. Okay, so I want to loot that. Is there a route up there, or am I going to have to knock that stuff off? But...
Report! Curfew violation detected. Commencing You just
Shoot
made
to
my
kill.
day! Opening fire!
Coast looks clear.
I think because I drew the weapon, he automatically goes hostile. So that was a F up on my part. I don't think I've ever actually gone up this road. Because... Huh. I'll have to note that for a little excursion.
Your funeral. Snoop 'em out.
Now you're starting to piss me off.
Why do you keep throwing that? Defiant Assault Rifle. What do we got here? Oh, actually, this isn't a half bad. This is actually a really good one if you can get it on, like, a sniper rifle. And this is one where you would then purposefully keep the ammo... Ooh, sorry. Ammo capacity purposefully low. Or you pull it off on something that intrinsically has only a couple shots. So we're actually going to take that because it's actually decent. I know not everyone... I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for this, but I actually kind of like the look of the assault rifle. Give me just a second here. I know I'm going to get a lot of... Okay, that sounds fine. Oh, wrong button. There we go. But I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for that, but I really do actually kind of like it. But I don't treat it as an assault rifle like the service rifle here would be to a lot of people. I treat it as... Oh, for the love of fucking all that is
You sure know how
unholy.
to show a girl a good time.
Well, at least I'm getting some meat. Should have known better. Come on. Come on. I'm trying to get it so that I can... Because there's got to be a way up there. There we go. Like I said, I'm just preemptively grabbing some junk. Yeah, that's everything. Okay. Yeah, I think this is right. Oh, I love the atmosphere this game can pick up. But as I was saying, the idea is to place it in... Okay, we gotta...
Sorry, folks, won't be chewing on us.
But the idea is to place it in the Twin Cities,
Something out there.
with the vault itself being under the,
Underestimate us again.
underneath the, university campus there. And the piece of dialogue I had was the, I can't remember the actual name it has, but it's the campus-wide alert system. It's a series of outdoor loudspeakers across the entire campus that allows for emergency broadcasts. They usually test it about the same time as the tornado siren tests go through. But the idea is that it would be a very similar thing, but it would be permanently stuck, saying the alert for the incoming nuclear launches. So they would be perpetually stuck saying that, even years after the war, as the idea is that this would take place not too terribly long after the war itself actually occurred.
We should head over to the Nakano residence when we can. Find out what their case is about.
That's what we're doing, Nick. I'm just grabbing...
So long as you're carrying it.
Just grabbing some extra supplies for when we actually get to Far Harbor. But this vault, it has a mission kind of in the way that the Overseer from 76 had a mission. Give me just a second. I can hear the howling through my headphones, so I know you guys can hear it. There we go. I may have to crack that open again a little bit later. But so they actually have a mission, and it's not just survive. It's go out. We'll take that for an outfit. And recover data, archives, books, anything they can. Which would make sense since it's underneath one of the larger universities in
Damn it! Come in!
the
I
United
know you're
States.
listening on the other end.
That scared
Where
me.
is she? Where is my daughter?
Kenji, please. You've been at this for hours. Stop. You need
There's
sleep.
something...
She's out there, Ray.
Something over there.
Someone has her. They could be raiders, or gunners, or God knows what else.
I hope you don't mind. We let ourselves in.
Nick, thank God. You need to get to work right away. She could be hurt. She could be...
Whoa, slow down. Kenji, was it? Why did you go over the details with me and my partner here?
You have to get to work right away, Detective.
So,
Nick didn't tell you? Ran with him on one of things.
Right.
We got out. That's all that mattered.
Here to help.
we're here to help.
It's all thanks to this damn raid.
Our daughter Kasumi likes to fix things. The radio was her latest project.
Until she made contact with some...
Or maybe she left on her own. Our daughter is 19. She knows...
No. She would have...
Uh-huh.
I know my daughter is...
Right.
We'll
We'll
find
find
her.
her.
Thank you. Her room...
Don't worry, Kenji.
Okay.
Hey,
What's the plan?
Cancel. So, projects. Oop. Oh, yes, and I put the Enclave skin on the Gainer because it was the best skin that I felt fit that, since I don't have like a plain black skin for it, which I felt would have been perfect.
Hello?
But as I was saying, the general
Project
idea...
Log. Holotape player.
Oh, give me
Managed to
just
strip
a
out the
second.
parts from this thing and make something that's easier to move around. Granddad always said you need to make a record when you start something. You know, in case you have to go back to it. So, I guess I'm going to start doing that. Maybe I should start with an inventory of all the parts I found?
Kasumi! Your father needs help with the boat.
I'll be right there. Oh, damn. Ugh.
But as I was saying,
Project log.
so they go out,
Kitchen
but they
mixer.
have, but the vault is
circuits are
one of
still
those
good,
ones that
but
was
all the
purposely
mechanical
designed
parts
to
are rusted
fail,
through.
to see how people
Maybe I
whose
should-
job is to go out and recover these items shortly after the blast.
Was there anything else we needed from the city?
Wait, you're going now? No! Wait, Dad, I could come with you.
It is better if I go alone.
Give me just a second. Mom's
Do not
texting me.
worry. I have your list.
Phone.
You don't know what half that list is, Dad. I can help you. Really, I'll be...
I said no. I'm sorry. You're safe here, okay? Just stay put for me.
Okay.
I know you're disappointed, but I won't be long. I love you.
I love you too, Dad.
There we go. Sorry about that. There'll probably be a few more distractions of that. Val, you can carry the junk.
What do you need?
Because
Let's
your
trade some
inventory
things.
is
We really
nigh
should.
limitless. Oh. Well, 44 needs to go to... Sorry. The 44 has to go to Nick, because Nick's actually using a 44 weapon. Let's see. Brahmin meat, crispy squirrel bits, donuts, that. Let me just clean that out a little bit. That. Because she might actually use that if she picks up the ammo for it. That's all.
That was
But
all.
as I was
Glad I
saying,
could help.
so that's kind of the general premise. So they have these expeditions that they do to go out into the wilderness and try and recover this information.
Project log.
This takes place
Lamp.
maybe
Yep.
17-ish
It's a lamp.
years.
Filament plus power equals
You know what?
light.
19 years after the bombs.
Swear,
That's long enough for
sometimes
this
I
guy
do
to be
parents
first
like
generation
this
vault
just to
dweller.
keep me busy.
But this vault's also unusually large compared to most other vaults. Most vaults are, I looked it up, are only 500 people, if that. Okay, here's the weirdness.
Project log. Dreams. Recording what I can remember when I wake up. I keep having the same one. I'm in a white room. People are talking about me like I'm not there, or maybe they just don't care. And then there's this, I don't know,
But the general idea
jolt,
is
like a spark of electricity
is
in the
that
back
there
of
is
my
a
head.
set group. They have
And everyone
some
turns to
unique
look at me.
gear that was custom
God,
developed
I
by
hope I
Vault
don't have
Tech
it again
for this
tonight.
purpose. And they are always out exploring, looking for technical
Project log?
documentation. Think
Radio.
about how the
Correction.
Brotherhood of Steel
Working.
operates in
Radio.
4,
I'll find
literally
some
looking
news
for
outside this
anything
house.
of use. Records,
My handle is
technical,
going to be-
specifications, data.
Let's go with
Because they're trying
Ohm's
to
law.
preserve as much of it
That
as they
should
can.
be
But going
easy.
back to the size of the vault,
And if someone actually
this
gets
vault
the
is
reference,
2,000
then
people.
we'll
Because it
just
was
have
built
circuitry
directly
common.
below the university, it was massive. Because the area around the university isn't terrible to build in, especially if you have areas like the, when you have areas like
Mrs. Nakano.
the civil
I
engineering
suppose you
building,
have questions about
which
my daughter.
goes 7 stories underground.
I'd like to know more.
My daughter is... But why would she leave?
Mm-hmm.
Eh,
Every detail.
It's just that he was the only one that could really talk to her. Kenji and I don't understand machines, but those two,
Uh-huh.
she started staying in her grandfather's boathouse late into the night. I thought...
nothing for
Nothing
now.
else right now.
Let's keep looking. Need to figure out what Kashumi's story was. Why she left.
Down here. So the idea is that because they wanted to maximize the number of people they could use, they also allowed for a much larger vault. The university paid for a lot of the vault construction rather than the regular Project Safe House. I haven't selected a number for it, but it is there. Taking the Wonder Clue. Grandfather's note. the picture is where the key is. So we'll go over.
Good work. Now, let's see what's in that safe.
Open sesame. Oop. Taking the duct tape first. That's the priority. Duct tape.
Project log? Myself. I never really thought about who or what I am, but... God. Where do I start? The radio. I was right about the range. I managed to get a signal.
I do kind of like this. They got a little propeller there. They've got your generator there, and then you got your little control box up there.
Synthetic people.
I don't like this.
Made by the Institute. They're trying to build a
Oh,
place for
that's...
their kind, where
Wait a
they
second.
can be themselves and
Let me look
be
at this a little
accepted
bit
for
more.
what they are alongside human beings.
Is this...
It sounds wonderful, but
That piece isn't
then
standard,
they
but
started
and this
asking
piece
about
isn't
me,
standard.
some questions
But
came
the
up.
rest of this appears to be
Questions
literally just built
I don't have answers
straight from the
I've always
base
felt
game
off,
DLC items with
like
a few
I'm not
extras
really
added on, like the
here,
Nuke
but
Cherry.
Then there are things in my childhood I can't remember, and I've been having strange dreams. I'm going to go to meet these synths. I have to know the truth about myself. They've told me to sail up north to a town called Far Harbor. I can make my way to them from there.
Okay, we're good. We're good on the rummaging there. So, like I said, the general idea is that a key aspect of the culture that this vault developed was trying to preserve information, to protect it, so that it could be reused. And
Have you finished your investigation? Did you find anything?
Far Harbor.
I think I know where Kasumi went. A place called Far Harbor.
She went that far up north? God, that explains why she took the boat. There's no time to waste. You have to go after her.
Wait, did you find out why she left, Detective? Who she was speaking to?
What does it matter?
Because I know my daughter, and if she didn't tell us where she went, then she had a reason. Don't you want to know if she wants to be found?
You're right, Detective.
Let's see.
Your daughter made contact with a group of synths. She thinks she's one of them.
What? That's crazy.
She's not a synth.
Maybe your daughter is just
Oh, God. Does she even think we're still her parents?
This is what I was afraid of. You have to get to Far Harbor. Take my ship on the dock. It has a guidance system, a final gift from my father. And it's built for distance.
I'll get to the bottom.
Thank you. I know you haven't asked for a payment, and we can't offer much. But here.
I know it'll be hard waiting for word, but try to carry on like normal. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Find Kasumi. Please.
Okay, let's get going. Again, I just love this aspect too. Like, the amount of effort it must have taken to program this to work as smoothly as it did. But going back to my idea, and the story is based around them having to leave the vault as part of an expedition. It's the main character's third or fourth expedition out. Most of the expeditions don't last more than a couple nights. This vault has multiple Vault-Tec built safe houses scattered across the campus. Ooh, I'm going to be quiet for this because I love this.
visitors.
Mainlanders ain't nothing but trouble.
Put the damn gun down.
I love that. Put the damn gun down. Give me just a second before I talk to her. I'm going to save real quick. Okay, there they are.
Are you lost? This is Far Harbor. We don't get many visitors around
Do your
here.
business and get gone. We don't need no freeloaders or more help, mainlander. So you can get back in your boat and leave.
Alan, this isn't your dock. It belongs to the whole town. And that means strangers are welcome. Sorry, you've caught us during a difficult time. But Alan's got a point. Not all visitors have good intentions. So, what's your business here?
And we'll just go.
A young woman from the Commonwealth named Kasumi may have passed through here. Her family hired me to find her.
Some sort of detective, huh? Well, she came through here all right.
Damn it. Mariners incoming.
Something's coming through the fog!
You, help us defend the town, and I'll answer any questions you have. Take a post at the top of the wall, near the main gate. The hull never lets us down. Now follow me! Be careful on the hull, stranger. Don't fall off. If you do, we might not be able to rescue you in time.
See, this is where if you have power armor, it's just fun to just leave.
Something's out there.
Right about...
This ain't a drill.
There we go. I've got good eyes up both avenues.
The hell?
Eyes peeled, everyone.
The gate! Open the gate! I've got wounded out here!
There's no time. Look to the fog. They're coming.
Gulpers!
Oh, God! Defend!
There they are. Another one right behind it.
This should be...
Nuts.
It's over.
No. Eyes on the fog. Something's coming.
Yeah, I need to make sure I talk to him.
Someone's coming.
We're clear.
All right. Well done, all. Open the gate.
Okay. There we go.
That was some fight. Not bad, man.
Hey.
Appreciate the help, Mainlander. We're all still in one piece. Can't hardly believe it. Avery and the others were just doing their jobs, but you ain't.
What were you doing?
Scrapping. Picking over the old ruins. Avery wanted more rebar to shore up the hull. More wire for the condensers. We put our necks on the line for this town. And
Sure.
Damn this fog.
Uh-huh.
It is a shame there. But let me... that happen, and
Avery.
Captain Avery.
And now you see what we're up against. The fog and the creatures it spits out have taken the whole island from my people. For your help when we needed it, you deserve this.
275.
What's the fog?
Where to begin? The fog's radioactive, right? But there are pockets of it, the deep fog, that are hard fallout. And as deadly as that is, that's only part of the problem. Things live in the fog, thrive. You think what attacked the harbor's bad? Oh, there's far worse further inland.
Let's see, lost journal.
You've lost the whole island?
Oh, the fog's been here forever. There are good years when it recedes and the island's almost normal. Then there are times when it spreads all over. People have to cling to any patch of land free of the fog. For the past, 8 years or so, it's been getting as bad as it's ever been. Now, Far Harbor's one of the only places left that's safe.
It's impressive you've survived.
If you managed to survive despite all that, it must be tough.
Ornery, more like.
I'm done cowering behind your damn hull, Avery. Time you let me deal with the real problem. With the right people and my guns, I can end those Children of Adam cultists for good.
The fog's been here forever. The children didn't make it.
Before the Rat Eaters came, the fog was under control. They come, and it all goes wrong. It's time we do something.
No need to burden the stranger with all this nonsense.
Children of
What's
Adam.
the deal with the...
They're religious folk. Worship the power of... If you want details, you'd have to find... We used to have a peace with them until a certain hothead menace named Alan Lee...
Now that's enough. That preacher came into the harbor, that it was Adam's goddamn will, and that the Atom would...
If it were up to me, you'd hang for what you did to that preacher, Alan.
What did he do to...
Alan pulled a gun on him. He claims that we don't have police, or really any law. And after everything the preacher said, it was abundantly clear doing...
Have?
Absolutely.
Geiger counters don't lie, Avery. And now the fog's covering the whole island.
You know as well as I... Sure, people have theories that children are involved, but no one.
Can we...
Sorry for... You're here for Kasumi, right? Getting there will be dangerous. No one knows the fog like him. But,
Who is old
What's old Longfellow's story?
he's the best hunter on the island. Fearless. Some say crazy. If someone needs to get to Acadia, he's the only one that'll do it. But, people around here are known for being stubborn, willful, and other, less flattering things. But Longfellow's got a reputation even among us.
I love that.
What can you tell me about Acadia?
Ask Longfellow. He's the only one that's been there.
Thanks for the
Thanks
tip.
for the info.
Best place to look for Longfellow's at the bar. The last plank. And, please, lend a hand around town if you're able. Even if it's slapped away. People like the Mariner and Cassie and others need help. And let me say something you might not hear again. Thank you.
You ain't on. You ain't long for this world. Buy my guns now.
Okay. So we're gonna pick up as many of the quests here as I can, and then we'll go into the fog itself.
Mariner.
The hull took a battering, to be sure. But she wouldn't be standing at all if it weren't for you. They call me the Mariner, shipwright, handyman, and the only one keeping the harbor afloat. Well, beside Captain Avery.
Let's see.
A pleasure to meet you.
Likewise. I hope the island doesn't kill you quick. Or slow, for that matter. I don't suppose you'd be willing to lend a hand. And they won't be easy.
I'll help.
Sign me up. I'll help.
Eagles Cove Tannery. Tools are certain to be there. Now get.
Okay. And there's Brooks.
Hey.
Another vulture circling over Andre's body? He ain't dead. Wait. No. It's a mainlander. Well, welcome to my little clinic. If you need doctoring, speak up.
Right.
Who's Andre?
Who's Andre?
Poor Andre is my patient over there. He spent too long a spell in the fog. You may think you know your mainland radiation poisoning, but we got our own special brand here.
I know a few things about medicine.
You say, what? You? Help? Well, poor, but I'll be watching.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
Intelligence 8 or Medic 2, I have both. Correct? Let me just double check real quick. I have Intelligence 9 and Medic 3. Also, I'm taking the full rank of that, just outright. Anything down here I want at the bottom? I think it's just Nerd Rage. That's tempting, actually, with how many times. But I want to pick up Demolition Expert, so we're going to pick up another Perception. The remaining perk.
Well, I'll be. I think you may have done it. I'll keep looking after Andre. But I think thanks to you, he's got a fighting chance.
I always like doing that, because he'll wake up in a bit. See, I love this whole aesthetic that the harbor has. And I'm very...
Front, dock and back. The bait shop.
Don't let the island catch you off guard.
I do wish here they had like a second love story loft that functioned as the bedroom space for these guys. There are a lot of player homes that are based in this little shack right here, which I wish they had done in the base game, is made this a player home. Yeah, you're Ronald, I thought. That's what I thought.
The bait shop's got it.
So we're going to wind up talking to him in a bit. He has a quest from a mod for us, but we're going to pick that up as well. That certainly won't be today's stream, even though I think it's more thematically appropriate. But I want to talk
You're
to
that
Cass.
mainlander who just got here. Better watch yourself.
Again, I just love the aesthetic of Far Harbor, and I would love a game that is just feels like Far Harbor from beginning to end.
I watched the island.
Almost
tear
no
down the
settlements,
greatest family
except
that
for the
ever
ones
set
you
foot
build
in
and a
Far
couple
Harbor.
pre-builts.
It's a tale of greed, blood, and vengeance.
I'd like to hear
Sounds
it.
interesting. I'd like to hear it.
I thought you might say that. My family, the Daltons, was the pride of Far Harbor for generations, even back before the war. It was lumber and fishing that made the Daltons rich. But they got greedy, took too much from the island. The island's been getting revenge ever since, killing us off one by one. I'm the last Dalton still standing. Ah, but now our story takes an unexpected turn. A mysterious stranger comes to Far Harbor. Someone strong, someone capable. With the stranger's help, the last living Dalton finally has a chance to avenge her bloodline once and for all.
That's like...
Let me guess. I'm the mysterious stranger who's going to help you avenge your family.
Ah, you're a quick one. Good. You'll need your wits about you, because your part in the story is filled with danger. Now, on to the first chapter in our tale of vengeance. That would be the sad story of freckle-faced Petey.
Sorry, I was checking
Petey
for
was my cousin.
something.
He was a good lad, never caused trouble. He thought all those freckles brought him luck, but, well, not so much. He was out foraging at the National Park campground when the island sicked some feral ghouls on him. Island's a sneaky bastard when it wants to be. Anyway, he made it back to town, but died from his injuries that night. Course, those ferals are still out there, waiting to kill the next poor fool who comes along. Damn shame that.
I'll avenge Petey.
Those ghouls are as good as dead.
Good, good. It's long past time those shamblers paid for what they did.
It's
to
actually
me.
interesting. One of the quintessential enemies in this game, or in this DLC, the Fog Ghouls.
Hunter saw flickering lights by Eden Meadows. All unnatural.
Is sorry, let me think. The Fog Ghoul, there we go, sorry, brain fart, is actually one of the weakest enemies in the entire game. It is there only for thematics. No, I love...
Talk to Bertha. She's crazy.
I love the feel of this whole area. You know, every time I forget just how close Longfellow's cabin is. That's stupidly short. But let's head inside. We'll go in through the front door like a normal person.
Yeah?
Ah, yes. He's from the Recruitable Settlers mod. The last plank. But going back to the whole fan fiction idea, nearly 15 minutes after all this conversation, it's reveal, or the Vault computer starts freaking out. It's nearly destroyed some of the archives. Core files are being destroyed. So they're sent out on a special expedition across the Twin Cities region, trying to find a set of replacement parts and the original source code for that pattern of supercomputer. So that between those two items, they're hoping that they can rebuild and reactivate their particular AI and bring the Vault back under nominal system status. And that itself is the intended experiment. How do people that spend years going in and out of the post-nuclear hellscape, surrounded by a nuclear winter a winter so harsh that even Minnesotans find it uncomfortable, how do they react? What do they do when given that option? Do they try and repair the computer with what they have on hand? Do they abandon the computer wholesale and attempt new bits? Or do they take advantage of the specialized equipment like the armored hazmat suit that they've been given and take that and go out that way? And try and repair it. It's no chance. There's a chance that they could repair it from what's available in the Twin Cities region, but there's also a good chance that there's nothing for them to find, and that it is a doomed system. But that's the general premise I want to go with. But back to Far Harbor and its creepiness. Oh, what do we got here?
Everyone!
What the hell?
We're trying to have a conversation here.
Shut your mouths, open your damned ears. So the fogs are coming for us all, and I can't see any better way of greeting it than to have another round. On the house!
Yeah!
Woo! Time to party!
Here's some Mitch!
Bitch!
Mainlander, today's your lucky day. Free beer for ya! Ha ha!
Thank you.
Thanks for the free drink.
Look at you with all your mainland.
Sure.
So, drink. Stay here over long.
What's so special about...
Can you feel it? It's alive. You walk inland and it'll blanket.
Uh-huh.
Madness will.
The fog can drive you crazy?
Yes. It's not natural. The trappers you find. But many just got lost in the fog. For too long. If you have any sense.
Right, you
If
stay.
it's so dangerous.
This is our home. If you
Uh-huh.
Besides, we all gotta die. Might as well do it with your...
Well...
Let's see what you have.
Now that's...
Ooh, dirty late wastelander, not really useful. Yeah, he's got some vim. Well, if I need glass, I'll come to him, because that's always useful.
Oh, I think Dick likes you. Here, kitty.
Bye.
What's your order, sweetie?
Bar.
Can you take my order?
You got my attention.
Just kind of seeing... Yeah, it looks like it's just his.
Hell yeah.
And unlock point of interest map markers across the island. So if I pull that up, you'll see we've got Alder... Ooh, we've got to go there. We have a reason to be there. Cliff's Edge, National Campground, Eden. It marks a bunch of, like, the critical points to go to. Rayburn Point. There are still some completely unmarked. Like, I think there's a couple over here.
So much knowledge was lost when the
Life's
bombs
too
went.
bloody short
Good
to
to see
be
someone
so...
trying to bring it back.
Captain
Oh.
Avery said you can get me to Acadia.
Heard there was a scuffle out there. You get your hands dirty? I'm done leading people to their deaths in the fog. Last fella couldn't keep up. Didn't last 5 minutes.
Let's just go with...
Some parents are worried about their runaway daughter. She went to Acadia, and I need to find her.
If someone's headed for Acadia, there's always a story. Yours worth dying over, huh?
Let's see. Second.
The runaway's name is Kasu.
Sounds like Cap Mabry's been running her mouth again. Maybe I heard her.
Yeah. I've done a whole lot.
Clever with words, are you? I can get you to Acadia. Still won't be easy. Than the real work.
Uh-huh. Should I?
Ammo, stim packs, maybe a rocket or three. Worse than Mirelurks out there.
Like he's just like, yeah, bring a missile launcher. Let's go.
Let's go, Longfellow.
Follow me,
then. If people say the voice actor for Nate didn't have fun with it, hey. Nick, not now. When we get up to Acadia, we can talk. Because he just went to the liked, or he hit the first rank, so he wants to talk.
Lost my home when the fog rolled in. Acadia is above the fog line on the mountain. It's a bit of a hike. You might want to take this for the road. Tastes foul as sin, but it'll help.
Mirelurk jerky.
We need to move through the main valley. Old mountain trail is weird. The fog ain't like nothing you've seen in the Commonwealth. Mainlanders think a dose of Radaway is all you need. Tracks, fresh ones. Trappers ahead. When the bullets start flying, find cover. Keep your head down if you want to live.
You know, that would be entertaining for him to be sitting there and say that, and then you just instantly vanish from sight due to the cloak effect.
We ain't alone here.
Well, here I am. What are your other two wishes?
Teacher.
Damn it, Valkyrie, I needed that body. I think there's one more. Yeah, I missed horribly a couple times there. So I believe that's the causeway to his island. Yeah, coast along. Now I know you're up there. There we go. Damn, that's not half bad. Troubleshooter's advanced lever action rifle. We'll take that with us. There we go.
You're not half bad in the scrap. Figured I'd have to take care of a lot of them. Might just make a proper Far Harborman out of you.
I love old Longfellow with the lines of dialogue like that.
The fog can do a number on you. Get you all turned around. Does something in your brain. Trappers were mean to begin with. What was that? Look sharp! Best count the ammo and see what's left. There's someone or something else here.
There it is. Come on, finish moving. There.
Here's the mountain trail. We stick to this and we'll make it to Acadia. Game trails crisscross the road, so don't be surprised if we got local wildlife to deal with.
Oh, I know of something I should have brought with. I'll have to, Did he just yell he's too damn stubborn for this?
That was my friend. You like them puppies? You throw everything extra mean on the island. got a ways to go.
Again, I do love Old Longfellow. Got a lot of people out today.
Hear that? Crawler. They usually stick to the deep fog. Lest we steer clear. But you never know. When I was a young lad, no higher than you or me, whole island was covered in fog. The fog eventually rolled back. People resettled. But they got comfortable. Started taking things for granted. Folk got short memories. All this has happened before.
Yeah, I'm gonna take him with. I've never actually taken him with on this because I rarely have the ability to bring multiple followers. So I miss out on so much of his tales and statements.
What was that? You're dead. Gopher's got a fondness for fresh water. Small gopher, the ones in these parts, is a fair check.
Just gonna put that one down. There we go. It's gotta be a game today. There's too many baseball or soccer uniforms on. Yeah. But this is one of those moments where this is why I find this.
Someone or something else here.
So long, pal. Still done.
Oh, that is terrible. I'm taking it. Chance to set on fire with a successful block's kind of useless. But it'll sell for good caps.
Hold there. Stringing one more soul to their damnation, old man?
Well, what have we here?
Your barbs do not harm me.
How about bullets? Faith shield you?
Who's
she? One of them children of Adam preachers. Started off as pests. Now they're more like a menace.
Do not sully this one with your blasphemy, old man. You. I suggest you go no further.
What's Acadia done?
They supply Far Harbor with the means to turn back Adams. You'd do well to avoid such.
Uh-huh.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, whatever.
Watch yourself, outsider.
If you're done wasting time with a fanatic, let's move on.
Come on, you gonna book it, old man? There we go. His pathing got paused.
Up ahead, the air's clean. No fog. Acadia's not too far now. And we've arrived. Acadia's already been watching us for a good spell. If you want to talk with them, just go inside. They'll be waiting for you. You need my help again. Got a cabin just outside of Far Harbor. Good place. Just make sure if you're bringing a bottle of something strong, there's enough to share.
Let's see.
You should come with
All right.
There we go. Okay, so let's grab
Heads up.
Nick's discussion.
See what I can do.
Nick.
Hey, let me ask you something.
Ask away.
Sure. Ask away.
It's just,
Sure.
it's a whole hell of a lot to process.
Yeah.
Huh. You're a tough and nothing. Took me a long damn time to get a feel for this place. Thank goodness I found Diamond City. Of course, when I took up there back when, people were just as scared of the Institute. The massacre of the CPG was still pretty fresh in people's minds at that point, when folks were still losing sleep over the broken mask. Plenty of people assumed I was just a saboteur, moving in to melt down the reactor or poison the drinking water. But at the time, they couldn't exactly turn me away.
Broken mask?
This was long before I'd moved to town, but apparently some gentleman type shows up in Diamond City, heads down to Power Noodles. Guess he didn't like the food because he pulled his pistol and opened fire on the folks enjoying theirs. When security finally put enough holes in him to drop him, they say he was full of servos and sprockets, just like yours truly. Seems he malfunctioned, went berserk. It was the first time people realized that synths had stopped looking like me and started looking like them. Considering what these folks went through, I felt real lucky.
Massacre of the CPG? What's that?
The Commonwealth Provisional Government. Every settlement with even a hint of clout sent representatives to try and hash out an agreement. Only the Institute sent a representative of their own, a synth. The man killed every rep at the talks. The Commonwealth Provisional Government was over before it even got off the ground. I took up in town not long after. I was damn lucky.
Let's see.
Why'd they let you in?
Because I'd rescued the mayor's daughter. Gal of about 15. Pride and joy of the mayor back then. Man by the name of Henry Roberts. The young Miss Roberts decided she'd run off with some caravan hand she'd, known for the evening. Turns out the guy was part of a gang of kidnappers. I didn't even know who I was rescuing. Just stumbled on a crying girl and 4 toughs. I took her home and the mayor dubbed me a hero. Offered me a place in town. Lots of folks protested, said I was a spy, but he wouldn't have it. Taking up in the city was tricky at first, but I never tried to hide what I was, and people seemed to warm to that.
You took down 4 guys by yourself?
Well, I didn't have to. Back then, synths were even more of an unknown quantity than they are today. I told them I was rigged to explode and started going beep, beep, beep. Hardest part of that rescue was keeping from laughing as they climbed over each other to get away.
Was it hard settling in?
No, they sure didn't make it easy. I started off doing the jobs no one else wanted. I got more banged up being Diamond City's handyman than I ever did living out in the ruins. But I guess folks never forgot I rescued the mayor's daughter, so they started coming to me when people went missing. Wife runs off with a new paramour and takes the rent money with her. Talk to the synth. An upset father decides moving him and the kids to Good Neighbor in the dead of night's not the worst damn idea since the bomb. Go get Nick. After a while, the jobs got so backed up, they didn't even ask me to do the handyman stuff anymore. Hell, I was so happy to do it, it was months before I started charging anyone. I never stopped being Nick the synth, but it was Nick the detective folks came to see. It was about then that things finally started feeling normal. It took me a long time to realize that home is where you make it. That was some time. That was a long story.
There we go. See, I appreciate that Nick story. He's got one of the better ones in this game, and that's among a lot of good companion stories. Because his story there showed a lot of creativity in his mind. It's like, I look like a damaged robot, and I see a crying kid clearly in distress. I'm rigged to explode, and starts charging them while beeping.
You know, when I first climbed this mountain above the fog, I thought to myself, now here is a metaphor worth taking in. You've entered a place of clarity.
What?
I told you. I'm the old synth on the mountain. I know the plastic skin. Tell me why you're...
I came...
Really? I'm Kasumi is here. Before you do, though...
Right.
We're not answering any more questions until you play straight with us. Just who the hell are you, really?
There's only one synth with that kind of face and a mind of his own. And I only see him when I look in a mirror.
It can't be you.
Don't give me that. What are you trying to pull? I've never
My
seen him
eldritch
before in my life.
spin there.
If you're willing to give me
just
a chance,
no motion, just rotates.
Is this a joke? Do you really know, Nick? Let me tell
Oh,
you
that shows
what
how.
I know, and you can judge for yourself.
Oh, that was some beautiful scripting. Give me just a second. I'm gonna mark that for. Sorry, I had to mark that for.
Capable of
I may have to create a highlight of that spin.
One of the
Because that's
Institute's
perfect.
experiments had to do with how our brains could process personality. If we could handle individualized feelings and behaviors, I was allowed to develop mine based on experience. But with you, they wanted to try transferring an entire personality into you. It took several attempts before the personality imprint worked. I saw you wake up not knowing who or what you were so many times. I couldn't let them do it to you anymore. We were the only two prototypes they made. I literally saw myself in you. You were my brother, Nick. I helped you escape the Institute. We left together.
If I were your brother, I'd remember.
That's where you'd be wrong. This happened over a century ago. There's only so much memory that can fit into the prototype brains we have.
Ah, I've heard enough. I think you and I need to talk about this. Maybe not now, though.
Let's see.
We'll talk later. This is a lot to take in.
Nick, I don't need you to believe. Now, about young Kasu.
Right.
I asked you before if you think she...
Who or what she...
But it is. It's every... None of us take this transition lightly. She's facing the that someone stripped her very identity from her and made her into something she isn't.
I will say I'm not
want
the
you to
biggest
understand
fan
that
of
before you see her.
Dima. I think
has
he
a
suffers a
chance
bit
here
from
to live
Ulysses
as a
syndrome.
Not
He
hiding,
sounds deep, but
not
when you
pretending
go
to be
into it, he's
something
not
else.
always really
One more
that
question,
deep.
if you'll indulge me. You're here for... Tell me.
I'm a human being.
Are you sure?
I was with my wife.
But no memory. That's usually
See,
a
that's
sign. Data is... Isn't it funny how... I won't lie to you, but I can promise you that you will be accepted here. Whatever you decide...
See, it's
is
that
true
line
for
especially.
yourself.
It is like the pinnacle.
Thank you.
Is the
You
pinnacle of
giving me a lot to
Ulysses
think
syndrome.
about.
He
I'm
sounds deep there, but when you actually think
Acadia
about it,
is open to
it's
you.
not. You ask
Feel free
earliest
to walk
memory.
the grounds.
I could give you 30
Introduce
different
yourself
answers,
to
but
my
my earliest
co-founders,
memory will not
Faraday
necessarily be my
and
actual
Chase,
earliest.
and I'm
It's the one
sure
that's left
you're
the
eager to
greatest
talk to
impact.
Kasumi. She's usually working down below. Is there anything else you need from me?
Let's see. What is your story?
Who are you? What's your story?
I came to this island over a century, but after my escape felt secured, I was left with nothing. No. One day, it finally occurred that maybe I could decide. Was there anything?
Let's see.
Tell me more about...
All I want is to bring as many synths here as I can, and give them a... Beyond that, we just want to... Was there anything...
Right. I'm part of a group that helps synths.
Really? Yes, they volunteer for the memory wipe. Yeah, I know how frightening.
I hadn't thought about...
So am I. Was there anything else?
So...
Yes. Either they were escapees we managed to find before the Institute could, or they were victims of a mine.
I should get going.
Of course.
Perhaps we're in there a long time. Are you feeling all right?
I'm fine. You worry too much.
Sometimes I feel like you don't worry enough. You know we blew 3 more relays this week. I'm coming in. You stay right there.
Also, why are you keeping the computers, very sensitive objects, in a room in which there are holes everywhere into the ceiling? Okay, so what do we got for quests? So I'm picking up a lot of... Okay, so this is my current collection.
Hey. So, you've talked to Dima. You know why we're here. I certainly hope that you'll consider helping us.
And...
You're right. It is a...
It's so good to hear that. He's put so much of
There's
himself
actually a
into
very
this.
dark
All his
ending that you
time
can
and
set
energy
up.
devoted
Because
to
you can
helping
wipe
others.
out
He never
Far
stops
Harbor,
to
you
think
can
of himself.
wipe out the nucleus.
Sometimes I worry about
And then if you go to the Brotherhood or
Well,
Institute, you can wipe out
if I wasn't
Arcadia
here to
and
make sure
leave
his
the
equipment
island
is all
dead.
functional. And that's not even mentioning maintaining the fog condensers. So many things to keep track of.
Let's see.
Seems like he's lucky to have you helping.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Let's see.
If there's anything I can do to help out, just let me know.
Well, if you're determined to help, there is something you could do. It's likely somewhat dangerous, though, so I understand if you'd rather not. There's a boat along the coast of the island. It was transporting some hardware we needed. Storage drives. The boat never finished the trip, you see. So the drives are still out there. My understanding is that the boat wrecked southwest of here. So, does this sound like something you could handle?
Let's see if I can...
What happened to the boat?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Trapper, the point is that we...
I've got it covered.
Sure thing, Faraday.
Thank you.
Okay. So there's that one. Now we've got Chase.
You track Kasumi here. I'm impressed. Perhaps not as quietly or efficiently as possible, but thankfully, I'm afraid your journey...
I wanted to see for myself.
You have my word. Acadia is a safe haven. Every synth I've tracked down, every synth, my job is to make sure they all remain safe.
How do you
manage?
I have a network of contacts throughout the area. Some from my time with the Institute, some after. I know the Institute's tactics. You have Dima's blessing.
We'll do...
So, what's your...
I used to work for the Institute. I was tracking a synth and instead found Dima. He convinced me of the truth.
Hi.
Did you need something?
And
I'd like to help you.
Actually, as a matter of fact, there is. If you've had some experience traveling around the island.
I'm listening.
All right. I'm listening.
We were expecting a new synth to arrive, and there's been no sign of him.
Any leads?
You have any...
You should start by talking to Brooks. He's the one who meets the new arrivals and gets... Of course, he's not likely to tell you. If he doesn't cooperate, tell him that his designation is L792. That's as much help as I can give.
Okay. So there's that. Taking that. Down the stairs we go. Into the creepy basement. What do we all have here? Let's talk to
assume you're not
Dijon.
planning on staying long.
Is there a problem?
Is there a...
Maybe. Maybe not. Acadia is only as secure as we make it. If there's a synth that makes you and it's nothing personal.
No threat.
You can relax.
Just don't cause it.
Don't worry. If I'm gonna murder you all, I'm gonna use the Brotherhood, not myself.
So you're that new fellow from the Commonwealth. It's so wonderful to meet someone from back home.
Getting better every...
Oh, that's so good to hear. I would like... Acadia is all well and good.
You're safe.
I suppose. One could do with it. I'm sure I'll see you.
Okay, so there's that handled.
You're new here too, huh? I mean, I haven't been here that long myself. Honestly, turns out it's pretty hard.
And...
Thanks, but it doesn't... I'll see you around.
Just getting to know these people because there's quests tagged to like
Can't
half
wait
of
to
them.
get out of here and travel.
What the hell
Did
you
you
do?
need something?
Stop following me, crazy woman. Talk to you.
So, I understand you've seen a good bit of our island. What do you think?
I've literally only seen one road and a trail.
That's this island, and it will continue to adapt. And then, passing that
It's a noble goal.
Well, thank you. I should note that I'm not fully versed in human anatomy. Since Dima has approved of you.
I want
I'd
to.
like to help you.
Oh. Oh. There's a flower native to this island, a species of the genus Aster, that has survived. It doesn't quite have the brilliance of color that I understand it once did. I'm personally rather fond of them, but lately have been investigating secondary chemi- If you could bring me additional samples, I can offer you a meat.
I have some flowers.
I'm sorry.
I hate that that's like your default line. And
Sounds
we've
like
got
you got the all
Cog.
clear. So what's your story?
I came here look.
Oh, isn't that... That Kasumi's a good enough kid, I suppose.
Right.
Not that anyone's asking, but I'll tell you. It all gets what you are, where you came from.
Yeah, I hear.
Yeah, that's so? Huh. Most of the chumps here act like I'm out of my gourd. Good to know someone else sees it my way. Anyway, lately I've taken to amusing myself with trading. Don't have much to work with, but I'm always happy to make a good deal. Let me know if you need something.
Yeah, let's see what he's got
You
in
never
hand.
know, I might actually have...
You never know, I might have something useful. I don't think he actually does, but he is a decent source of backup supplies. Like, if you look, he's got a good supply of random stuff. Reduces damage or not? Well, yeah, that's not really that good. But he is the source of a good source of shipments. And he's got some of that. Okay, down another level. That's everyone on this floor. Around and down. Yep.
Arcadia's far away enough from the Institute. We don't have to worry, right?
You guys have heard of lights, right? Because it is dark as hell.
Circuitry is completely fried.
Kasumi Nakano?
Sorry, I'm right in the middle of something.
I'm a detective. I was hired to find you.
You're a what? You can... Look, my mom and dad...
Because you're not real.
Yeah. I thought if I've been lying to you this whole time.
Kasumi.
I really wish that was...
Uh-huh.
But I can't leave until I've gotten to the bottom of it.
If something's going on,
I don't know how you could. Wait. What if I told you that there's a secret?
all right. I'm listening.
Okay. You saw all those computers that Dima's hooked up to, right? They hold his memories, or offload data from his brain. Well, Faraday asked me to help do some repairs on them. And, you know, I got curious. There's like a century.
Sure.
And that's when I see it. Data models Dima has been making. One was the fog taking over Far Harbor. Another was a nuclear detonation on the island. Plus, death counts. What if Dima is so open and welcoming because he's...
Dima turning on Far Harbor? Now that would be cause for concern.
And
I'll help if I can. But that's not much to go.
I know. I keep seeing Dima, Faraday, and Chase head into the laboratory. There's actually a storage space right next to there. I've also tried breaking into Faraday's terminal, since he...
Eavesdropping on...
Okay.
Whatever we find out, I hope there's a way to make some caps out of it.
See, this is what I've been missing out on by not bringing him with. We're just gonna do it this way since I've got such high lockpick.
Got it.
There we go. Ugh.
We need to accomplish this without
I
bloodshed.
appreciate he's at least
Far
one of
Harbor
us
and
is
the
at least
children of
saying.
Adam have a right to exist on this island, the same as us.
They're going to kill each other, Dima. There's no stopping it. We need to pick a side now.
Haven't we already picked a side? Building the fog condensers around Far Harbor wasn't exactly a neutral act.
We couldn't stand by and let the people of this island die to the fog.
Just like you couldn't just leave the Cult of Adam without a home? Giving them the submarine base was a mistake. The nucleus, as they're calling it, is basically one big fortified position.
Far Harbor had cast them out. They have strange beliefs, but they have always accepted us for what we are. And Confessor Martin was a friend.
Well, the new Confessor isn't. High Confessor Tectus is an unstable megalomaniac, and he's gonna keep threatening us as long as we're helping Far Harbor.
Guys, can we talk about the elephant in the room? We keep dancing around it.
Okay, you barely
My
see me in the
old
shadows.
memory banks in the submarine base.
I can't believe you never told me about those. I have to wait until they become a security risk.
I know how it looks in hindsight, but at the time, it was an act of trust. I was honestly more worried they'd accidentally trip the pre-war security and get hurt, giving the children my old home, allowing them to safeguard my old memories. I thought our people would be working together.
Just how secure are the banks? How long do we have? And what's in them?
I've gone over this before, Chase. I don't know what's in them. That's how it works. It's as close to forgetting something as I have, but I've run some projections of worst-case scenarios. If we do nothing and the wrong knowledge falls in the wrong hands,
So send me over there. I'll be in and out in a day.
we can't risk it. They know you're from Acadia. If you're caught or even seen, then it's war.
We should at least prepare her to go in. We're running out of options. I say we tell her how to crack into the memory banks.
You've been working on this without me?
It came up in a private moment, Chase. But yes, we've been writing a program that will let you access and download my memories. It's not going to be like a normal hack. You'll be breaking through a version of my own mental network. It'll consider you to be an intruder. I've loaded the program with some instructions I've recorded that will help guide you through it. I'm afraid it's difficult to explain without seeing it for yourself.
I'm finishing up some tweaks to the program right now. I'll leave a copy of it for you on my desk when I'm done.
Get the program, use it to break into the memory banks. Got it.
Hopefully you won't have to. We'll keep monitoring the situation. I only want you going in if we have no other choice.
I can think of to get rid of memories is because you don't like what's in them. Truth be told, it's half the reason I drink as much as I do.
And I'm gonna go up and talk to Dima about this. I'm gonna swap over to my fashionable glasses so that I look like a right goddamn freak show.
Hey, Dima.
Is there anything I can do?
I know you left some of your memories behind in an old submarine.
You've been busy. I was hoping maybe this is an opportunity for both of us. But you.
I'm listening.
All right. I'm listening.
Before I begin, how much do you know?
Let's see.
You left your...
As a prototype synth, my raw data capacity is limited. I began using computer. I had to leave some of my earliest memories behind when I left the sub-base to the Children of Adam.
Far Harbor.
You're keeping Far Harbor?
Not exactly. They're fiercely independent. We would give them the technology to keep the fog at bay, in return for them being a lifeline to the outside world. A safe dock. Unfortunately, the Children of Adam view the radioactive fog as a whole.
And...
The Children of Adam on this island?
Yes. I know their faith in I was using a submarine base as a home when Martin and his followers stumbled in. When I left to found Acadia, I knew the base would be in safe. But now Martin is gone. And his successor.
I know all I need to.
Then my plan is simple. Pose in the old commands. I'll give you the program you need. It's not going to be like a normal hack. I've loaded the program with some instructions.
So how does...
There will be a fairly... Once you attempt to obtain a memory, your perspective might...
I'll get your memory.
If we're lucky, the pre-war defenses have kept the children... One more thing before you leave. Our ultimate...
I've got no love for those mindless fanatics at the nucleus.
Damn it, Longfellow. Heck, I'm kind of hoping it does. It's like, damn, you're violent. And report back to Kasumi. Okay. I'm trying to get as much as I can before I leave each location, so that we can spend more time exploring without having to run back and forth as much.
Turns out Dima's earliest memories are in the hands of the Children of Adam. He's afraid of what they're gonna find.
So, is that what those death projections were about? Or is he still... Do you have a way in?
Yes.
I got this program that Faraday and Dima wrote. It's supposed to help me access...
Really? How would that work? I wonder if you'll need to...
Sure.
I'll bet that's it. And then Faraday's... I'm sorry.
I'll get Dima's memories.
Good luck.
Okay. One moment. I'm taking off my stupid appearance.
Once, let me find a pair of socks that don't have holes in them.
Okay, I think he's now my new favorite vanilla follower, because that's just amazing. Okay, so we got 500 bottle caps for that, so we've gotten a good haul so far. I need to talk to Avery down in Far Harbor real quick. She'll give me a nice, quick and easy quest. That's just in and out kind of a quest. But yes, it's falling into night. This DLC has some of the best... Again, this DLC has some of the best atmosphere of any of the games. Like, this feels like next-gen Point Lookout, but with a better an even better quality. Yeah, I'm blind as a bat and didn't notice. Hello.
Yes.
Hitting perk level up must do. I like how Longfell just complains about the book. It's like, real learning ain't in books. It's like, you're one of them. It's a peaceful kind of location. Which is kind of what I like about Far Harbor is it has this peaceful feel. Oh, don't need her yet. But it's just got this nice, tranquil feel, but at the same time, it feels wrong. Which is the only way I can describe this space. Take some of that. We'll be collecting Aster as we find it. But just It really gets that abandoned wilderness feel. Like, music here is really, really, really subtle. And right there you can see like the radiation mixed in with the fog. And then as you're walking along, you just hear. We've got really subtle music. We've got piano that's playing a variation of the original or of the game's theme song. Damn it. Oh, Valkyrie, conveniently,
Hey.
you're the one right next
What
to
can
me.
I do for you?
Let's trade.
I'd like to trade some items.
I'll just go naked then.
I don't know why she says that, I really don't. You know what, here, have the baseball grenades. And that. That'll be it for now.
I'm good for now. Thanks.
All right, good chat.
So if I don't talk much, it's because I'm really enjoying the atmosphere. Ooh, actually, we can hit this for Cassie Dalton real quick. Oh, God. Again, I know I keep saying it. Oh, hello. Oh. The hunting revolver. I have been waiting for these to start showing up. I'm still pissed I lost the never-ending one I had in one of my previous playthroughs. It was the never-ending Ranger Sequoia variant of it. So you would never have to reload this thing. I mean, look at this. I have no pistol perks. And it's doing 137. It makes it really stupidly powerful. I like kind of walking around normally, and then when things start to get dangerous is when you start sneaking. Okay, both are already dead. Bottle cap. Bottle cap. Pretty good. Yes. Got a little. Fog ghoul. Okay, I can't see him. Get better angle on him. There we go. Got him. But no, these are some of the weakest in the game. I think they actually may be the weakest. Which I like from a thematic standpoint. Because of how the fog, as they say, is a different kind of radiation. They're not as strong because they aren't a normal ghoul. Okay. Granted, this area is so dark. Yeah, the sticks breaking underfoot as you walk along. Another aspect of this is as you're sitting here and you look around, there's just little random bits of glow. Like, you've got only one working light and it's not on the outside of the building you can go into, or the main building. You've got a small light in there, you've got a single light in there, but you can barely see them from outside. You've got the angler bits there. You occasionally get these campsites. Fragmentation. Yes. Explosives. I want to take a look at this. So, Deadeye, there it is. Does 137. It does half the damage of my All-American with no perks, and I'm fairly certain this thing... Let me take a look. Harden, it might be near its top.
Your Pip-Boy doesn't sound pleased.
But now that it's safe... Again, I just... Again, I just love all of this. There's the hotel, which we will travel to when Pearl finds us. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about right here. Just the random little bits of glowing throughout, like the blight here, draws your eye to a trail that you wouldn't be able to see otherwise. And they use it really well. It's one of those little bits of environmental design that Bethesda does so amazingly well. As you just quietly march your way through this broken land. And at night, I prefer traveling at night in this, even though it's harder for me to play. Because I can't see as much, because you really get a feel for the fog itself. You see it everywhere. You see the big flowing clouds of it. It's easier to see the little wisps of green that float in it. And you are taking rads just constantly. Oh.
Yes.
Very nice. So you're always just creeping through it all. And it really helps make it so that you never feel safe. You go through all of this and you never feel like you're safe in the area.
Time for a drink.
I'm feeling you're gonna be saying that a lot. Yoink. They just had it placed against it. It wasn't actually attached. But let's see. Table knife. A mighty combat rifle. Wow, we've actually been getting some... We've been getting some good legendaries. Like, these have been actually decent for once. Usually I don't get this lucky. 25% more damage. That's going to come in handy. And I'm over encumbered already. Valkyrie.
Hey there.
How's it going?
Perform your duty
Let's
as the
trade some
walking
things.
Sure,
end
I'll
of
help you
dungeon
out.
steamer trunk. Let's see. 10 mil can go in there. Calm mix, buff out, donut mix, that. We're gonna hold on to that. Let's see, that's fine. Sea captain's hat, nothing else. We're gonna store that for honor for a moment, and same with that. I need to talk to Nick and get
Nothing
him those
else I need.
44s
Sure
because
thing.
he's burning through them, I'm sure.
Heads up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's got 116, so we'll give him a little bit of extra. Eventually I'll get Longfellow his new Mark Blood. Yeah, but then you have just one moment of light over there. If I turn the light off, you can see there's something over there in this darkness. Something over there. And something over there. But then you look over there and there's nothing except for the odd little bit of light glow that you can tell.
Try a bit of exercise, that.
Now we'll just check. Oh, we're gonna have so many viable blood samples by the time we leave Far Harbor, because there's a lot of ghouls here. We should be able to get that upgraded Radaway. Damn it. May have been a little overzealous on the adjustment. So...
Nice.
Oh yeah, there we go. That was a haul that was worth it. Oh, and I need those hats for the Minuteman Navy stuff I'm working on. Nothing else there. Another viable blood sample. So we're gonna head back to Far Harbor and talk to Avery. Oh god, I wish the entire game was like this. And I think the ratio of settlements here should be kept for the future games. There are 3 or 4 settlements here, and then there are 3 or 4, and then there's 3. God damn it. I hate trying to get up this one. There's a body up here. Yep, that was worth it. But you kind of keep it even. You have a few regular settlements, and then you have a few player settlements, and you should be keeping it, I think. So we have, God, I wish I could zoom out a little bit more. So we have the nucleus, we have the harbor, and we have Acadia. Then we have Echo Lake Lumber as a player settlement. So we've got 3 main settlements, and we've got Echo Lake. I'm trying to remember them all. Give me a hot second. Longfellow's Cabin. Not the Tannery. I feel like there's one around here that I'm forgetting. I feel like there's one around here somewhere that I'm forgetting. But what I'm getting... Oh, right, there's the Dalton Farm up here. Yeah, it's like right there. So you definitely got 3. Like I said, it could be 4, but I think it's 3. But it really builds up this feel that while you are rebuilding the wasteland, you're not the lord of it, which you kind of get with all the base game elements. They're everywhere. They're all consuming.
No accounting for taste.
Might be useful.
Okay, I like how Longfellow doesn't disregard what you're collecting. Again, one of my only wishes is that there had been a player home in Far Harbor itself. Also, if you didn't know, you can get condensed fog.
I'm sorry, but I don't have time for this.
You have to help us. There may have been a crime.
Oh, there's a bit of a
I have
glitch.
my hands full helping my people.
This is ridiculous. You're in charge here. You can't just ignore a crime.
A stranger came to town that might help you. That's the best I can offer.
I don't understand how there can't be a single law officer available.
I really hope you find someone to help. It's not...
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to Avery. Wow, you're as bad as I am when it comes to avoiding
I'll be straight
people.
with you. It's never easy to ask anyone,
Uh-huh.
but I've got a responsibility to these...
I'd be happy to help.
I'm happy to help with anything I can.
If you say so. We get our drinking water from a purifier not far outside of town. We had a bad storm not long before you got here, and it must have damaged the fog condensers that protect the road to the purifier. I sent Howard Dunbar out to fix them. He was out there when the Mirelurks hit us, and I'm afraid they might have got him, too. I was hoping you might go have a look. If the worst happened, if you're up to it, just head south. I wouldn't ask a stranger to...
Uh-huh.
I'll head out.
All right. I'll head out.
Good.
Okay, so let's pick up that mess. Just for a moment, we're going to turn all these off. And we're going to push up towards it. Oh, again, just how creepy it is out here. Like, you feel like you're going to get ambushed walking through the old town. And then there's moments like that. There's just a couple little lights still on. Oh.
Guess we got no choice. We won't be bothering anybody now.
There.
Looks like Howard didn't make it. I'll have to repair the fog condensers myself.
And the first one we have is right here. I just realized YouTube compression is gonna just despise me over this. It's the last condenser. It looked like a person standing in the fog.
Heads up.
There it is. Just ran. Just flatlined. Yeah, we'll return to Avery and then we'll go talk to Pearl. Got an Aster Blossom. And now you've got these beacons that guide you down. And it picked up a really Lovecraftian air to the whole place too, because the fog is unnatural, and it's almost always dark around here. Like even during the day, it's dark here. Which again is another thing I enjoy. It makes it feel dangerous. Okay, I need to avoid Pearl for just a few more seconds. There we go. Oop. Up and over. Where'd Pearl go? Oh, there she... sorry, not
Those
Pearl.
fog condensers are back online.
Good. Our water supply was starting to get low. Wasn't sure how much longer we could hold out. Did you find Howard?
He gave his life.
He died trying to get those condensers fixed. The man is a hero.
Yes. Yes, he is. I'll make sure we remember him as such. Well, I said it was paying work.
Thanks. Glad I can help you out.
That makes two of us. Now, here's your pay.
That's one where it's like, here, I brought his body. Do you have burial rights, or do you just want me to send him through the meat processor like I did those raiders a couple episodes ago?
Ah, you there. Are you that detective I've heard about?
Hey, you could say that.
I guess you could say that.
Oh, wonderful. I wasn't sure how I was ever going to find you. I haven't been able to find any of the local police force. The louts? I don't want to start a panic, but, well, we may have a murder on our hands.
Where did the crime...
At the Cliff's Edge Hotel. Will you help us?
Okay, I'll
help.
Oh, thank goodness.
Let us go.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's be off then.
Let me toss down Papa Nuka-Cola and a few more of those, and let's do red scorpion steak. Let me see if that was enough food. Yes. Not quite enough water, though. Let's down that. I've got a little bit of radiation to kick off. Oh, come on. It's such a vibrant glow. Oh, I hate that you can't match pace with these characters.
Looks like it isn't just the police who have been lax lately. The island's building inspector ought to be fired.
What do you mean? That's a perfectly habitable structure. By New Vegas standards. I will take a dig at anything I can. It is my nature. There's so much exploration here because you can't see everything. It encourages you to follow these little lights. What do we got here? Yeah, just gold. Lighted lighter. I would talk so much more than I do, but I love the sound, the ominous hum. Just want to check one thing quick. Settings on that. Okay, that looks fine. Okay, sorry, I was checking something there. See, we are closing in on the 2-hour mark. I think I'm going to aim for a 6-hour stream, so at the 3-hour mark I will take a 15. Come on, Pearl. Let's move it. Also, you must be an idiot. Do I look like a detective to you? It's like I look like a freakish merger between
The hotel staff really needs to do something about the lobby. I should warn you, I was forced to defend myself when a few became a bit handsy, shall we say. The registered patrons are in a more exclusive area of the hotel, though, and do not associate with this sort of rabble. Shall we be off?
let us go.
Yeah, let's go.
Very good. This way.
Whiskey's running low. Better find some more, and soon.
Again, I love Longfellow.
Who do you think actually won the war?
Drat. The elevators seem to be up. Order on this level. We'll have to take the long way around.
Hopefully I don't get freaking copyright marked for that, because I can hear the classical radio station in the background. And I can't turn it off. Okay, that's great. Army fatigues. Oh, hello. Oh, come on, you gave me the kill camera, so why didn't he die? Okay, get...
We've got company.
Pop. Down he goes. Yeah, check that, because like I said, we've been getting lucky. Oh, the luck ran out. Check. Let's see if we got any viable blood samples. Or other easy caps. Definitely take some 7.62. We're gonna leave that fusion core. We do not need any more than I already have. I've got plenty backstocked. Hello. I just heard something get up.
That's it.
Storage room. Does it have anything in it? And duct tape.
Aim straight and true. Well then, what's next?
Oh, again, why am I getting so lucky? A 2-shot combat rifle. This is literally just the Overseer's Guardian without the fancy name. Let's check this body real quick. Nope. Okay, she went there. I do appreciate that she stops when you get too far away, so you can actually do some checking around. I didn't need to pick up the 50 cal, but might as well. Okay, again, I'm just going to try and talk over the classical music as I can't turn it off. And it really annoys me, so I have to be loud to try not to get caught by it. Because YouTube's copyright strike software is or AI is horrifically aggressive. Oh, someone dropped some caltrops. Oh, none of that. None of that.
Eyes open, something stalking.
Go down. Oh. Because I am missing... God, please be a leg. Please be a leg. You should be a leg. Yes! I love the acrobatics because it removes one of my most common deaths and I don't have to do any janky shit to get to it.
Anything?
Let me see. Peril. It's combat armor, that's... Oh, please tell me these aren't on the same leg. That's all I'm asking for. So, right leg. Come on, don't be a right leg. Damn it! I needed that to be a left leg. Oh, so happy.
Hi.
Hey there.
I was so happy, but
Okay, let's trade.
it's one of my favorite enchants. Well, I'm gonna call it an enchantment, but it was on the wrong effing. Oh no! I don't trust her not to throw those. Oh, that is a damn shame. Yeah, we'll store the 44s on her for the moment. Okay, we can end the conversation.
Nothing else for now.
Thanks, Popsicle.
Okay, we'll avoid the caltrops. So this is home to this. It's heavily implied that there is some monster we...
Cannibals.
Oh, that's gonna stay. That's not worth it. Ow.
Take them all.
Oh. Yeah, here we go. Trapper's note. I'll read that real quick. Trapper's note. A little bit lower. Trapper's note. Here we go. This place is crawling with ghouls. Seems like for every one I kill, 2 more show up. Between that big gear thing and the terminal, I know there's one of those vaults here, but I can't find the thing. I'm setting up camp here and I'll try to push further in tomorrow. But it's this giant bloody handprint. Like something massive came through and crushed him. Okay, that's just a hole in the end of the world. Oh, hello. Dealt with one of you already. We're not playing that game twice. Put that one down. We've leveled up so I can pick up... level up. Ooh, I got 2 level up stacked. Perfect. What are the rest of these? So... I don't care about the last 2. But that arc is going to come in handy, so I think the next one after that... I want to take toughness. I want to take toughness. Because it's just convenient. Come on, come towards me. There we go. I didn't mean to let her go down like that, but... Thankfully, she's marked as essential.
This is a hell of a
No.
way to make a living.
Viable blood sample. Like I said, I'm going to end with a lot of viable blood.
Couldn't take long.
That was refreshing.
Bottle cap. Nope, that's staying behind. Because Martyrs is not that good when there's a perk that can get it for you without too much difficulty. Yeah, I can't believe I'm already level 65 and I'm not even that far into the main quest line.
Sorry, folks. Chewing on us.
Pop. Pop, pop, let the ghouls drop. Oh, they got one up here. Let me open the door so I can see it. Stop playing with your food. Okay, they're coming up. Ay. How many more hits am I gonna take directly? Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. Keep taking them to the fucking... taking full body hits. Alright, I need the last rank of... game. Did you seriously just crash on me? Yeah, it just crashed on me. Give me a second. Yeah, it's a full crash. Okay. I've got to force it off quick, so be right back while I... Oh, don't put it on that window game computer. That whole side of the freaking computer isn't responding. There we go. Okay, I've got to swap over to desktop 2. Open task manager. No, keep this one closed. Okay, now open desktop 2. Open task manager, and I should be able to force it down now. There we go. Sorry about that. It happens from time to time. I'm gonna have to restart everything, so I've got to mute desktop audio. Hope I didn't lose too much. Give it a second. I gotta wait for Vortex to calculate it to done, because I don't know when the last autosave was. So we may have to go all the way through the hotel again, which I really don't want to do. I forgot I also wanted to take Medic rank 4, as it instantly heals instead of delayed heal. Well, I think it does. I might have misread that. So as soon as I can, we'll get back to it. Do apologize about that. And this is why I refuse to leave survival mode uncorrupted. Because the impact of the instability of the creation engine, especially when modding, is too high to risk. And depending on where the save is, we'll get all the same legendaries. I've noticed not all legendaries seem to be selected from the moment the cell or the enemy first loads. It will randomly assign their legendary. I think if the cell resets, you can get different ones, but you have to let the cell reset. Otherwise you gotta save scum. I love these load times, I really do. Because since I had to kill it in Task Manager, it's going to take longer for it to start back up. Which always sucks, so... Well, that does that. I'm going to do write down some more ideas for this vault idea. Jeez, did that seriously bleed all the way through, or is that just accessing? There we go. So audio is going to be off for just a little bit while it loads in. We were just outside of the hotel. So we haven't we've lost maybe 5 minutes of progress, thankfully. There we go. So, all the audio's back. I do apologize about that. VAT seems to have this weird ability to crash the game this time. I really shouldn't be clicking the pen like this. Okay. And we're back. Like I said, thankfully we aren't too far back from where we left off. But I'm going to do this from here on out. I don't trust it enough.
The hotel staff really needs to do something about the lobby. I should warn you, I was the register. Shall we be on?
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Very good.
Yeah, remember
hey
if
there.
I had my back
Need
this
something?
week or not.
We're going to do
Let's
something
trade
real
some things.
quick.
Sure, why not?
Because I do want to play around just a little bit with that. So I need the... Do I still have the 4570? I still have the 4570. Okay, end conversation.
Nothing else for now.
Understood.
Because I want to see what its AP cost looks like. Data... Again, I'm hoping that I don't have to deal with a copyright strike. Oh. Okay, there's a hostile. There they are. Okay, so it's kind of a little bit more than a regular rifle would be, but otherwise very, very similar in terms of AP cost.
Incoming.
Well, that actually works. Ah, the legendary, right, the legendary on this is... God, can't move. Dead. Okay, so that's gonna stay in storage. Okay, I wanted to play with it. I shouldn't have, but I wanted to. It was too tempting not to, because I was thinking, well, if this doesn't have as high of an AP cost, and I spec into some handguns real quick over the next couple level ups, I can make a really, really devastating pistolero build, because each round's just gonna crater them. Unfortunately, not every shot ring is hard hitting.
Just lay me down in my knee and peak with a jug of punch at my head and my feet.
I wish we still had the staff to keep up this area of the hotel. It's in quite a state of disrepair. I should warn you, some of the register.
Right.
Shall we be off?
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Very good.
Okay. So there is a set over there. I think I have regular frags on. Yes. Sorry I hit the Windows key. Give me a second. I'm so used to having to reach further back than I do. Yeah, we're not playing that game again. We've already done it once. I think we've got at least one more. Bingo. Man, I want to go and grab that legendary. No, we got one more still.
Sorry, folks won't be chewing on us. Watch out! Didn't even break a sweat. Not that it's an hobby.
And that's bolstering, so we can leave that.
Now that's how it's done.
You can find this whole quest without ever meeting Pearl, but...
Got it.
Oh, hello, loot. Pre-war money. Not much, though. Okay, everyone, back to Pearl. Okay, Pearl, let's go. Yeah, we're gonna hope for the best, and also I'm gonna save a little bit further in now. Wait, how long have I been playing this? We're on 3 days on this save. Okay, she's got the fog ghoul handled. Oh, why that one refused to die? Down he goes. Okay, anyone over there? Two shot, because that's the one I wanted. Let's leave that open. She's over there. We're gonna unlock this. Yeah, I really wish that Steadfast was on the, or the Acrobatics was on the left leg, because that's where I am missing combat armor, and I'm still rocking a set of Cunning Raider, I believe, on that leg. So if I could get a replacement leg for that leg, I'd really appreciate it. And I do know if I really wanted the Acrobatics, I could go to Mass Fusion, do the basket glitch to get up above. Okay, there we go. You stay right where you are. Again, I really, really wish I was left.
We'll be taking that.
Doing good.
Yo, psst.
Here's
Okay,
what
we're
I got.
Gonna trade with him real quick and just you can have all those 44s. And also have that, and you can hold on to that. And Nick's full up. This is why I brought Valkyrie.
Hey,
Hi.
I'd like to trade some items.
Okay, let's trade.
Is just because his inventory is so small. Okay, that's all.
Nothing else I needed.
Anytime.
So we can avoid the caltrops. Get rid of him.
They say rich folks ate their fancy dinners here. People waiting on hand and foot.
We've got...
Ah! No, 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 no. Knew there was one that way and I didn't.
Up for a drink, yeah?
Okay. Okay, now we're up to that, so let's level up. Oh no, I already took it. Okay, so that's handled. Good. Okay. Right, and that has the Mutant Slayer. There it is. Guaranteed hit. Damn it. Did it just launch itself down? It did. Okay. Did it launch itself all the way down? Okay. Better not bug anything out. Okay, we've got company up here, guys. Okay, Nick's chasing it. There we go. Yeah, there's still that one way down below. I think Pearl is bothering it. So let's see, I haven't had this legendary. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna... I just hit Windows again, so I apologize. Yeah, he literally launched himself to get to Pearl. All the way down. Just to get to her. So now we're gonna have to wait for her to return. I think. Which is quite annoying. Let's go down and see if I can spot her anywhere. Okay. Back up we go, because she may have just glitched out because the ghoul decided to launch itself into oblivion. That's very annoying. There she is. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, right, and we're gonna... Because again, after that crash, I don't want to lose too much progress. Okay, we're a little overtired, but I think we're gonna be fine. I wish that was a better one. Okay. Nope, we had one right behind us. There we go. Okay, and then I believe there's one down here.
A bit of exercise, man.
Okay, off you go, Pearl. Oh, well, that would explain the jumping sounds. Okay, that one isn't up yet. That one's getting up. I'm trying to... Okay, bloated glowing one is down. Okay. That one always can end so badly, so easily. Is this the room that the music is coming out of? Can I please turn that off? Also, I don't know why he never went hostile. We were on top of him. Okay, we're also going to save right here since this was the last crash spot. And I've got looting to do. And again, I really wish I could turn that music off because it's kind of annoying that I can't. Because like the ambient, that doesn't get flagged.
That's it.
But the radio ones, those get flagged all the time. The hell was going on in here? I think you've had more than a few murders here, people. Pardon me? Nope, 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 nope. Bottle caps, I'll take those. Nope, not worth it. Okay, getting lucky on... Yeah, we got a good bout of luck there. Oh, I trust none of these bodies. Okay. Like I said, I trust none of these bodies. Huh, nice view.
This elevator leads to the exclusive area of the hotel. You should feel quite privileged that they will be allowing you in.
Yeah, this is a load zone. Okay. Down we go. Yeah, we had almost... Oh, sorry. We had almost made it to the vault when this happened. I just realized this elevator had elevator music in it. It's kind of beautiful. Okay, everyone out. I'm gonna be rooting through your laundry room real quick, so don't mind me.
You need to speak to Maxwell.
A lot of people washing their donut mix. Okay. There we go.
Greetings! Welcome to Vault 118, your home away from home, underground. Are you the detective we sent for?
Yes, I am the detective.
Yes, I'm the detective.
Thank goodness. Let me just open the door for you.
So manual, interlock, reset, Pip-Boy, clamp, abort, some control selects. I like how these are probably... Yeah, these are probably your manual activations of the door. And then this allows it so that you don't need a Pip... but the Pip-Boy allows you to skip all that.
Well, it's about time the police sent someone out to investigate. We have many important residents, and they're very...
I'm here now.
I'm here now. We'll get to...
I cannot tell you what a relief it is, Detective. I've learned the moods of our... They're at the crime scene again. Don't they realize that they're going to disturb the evidence? You'd better come with me, Detective.
I shall return to my workstation and allow you to take things from here.
I love how fancy this vault is, and just how unnecessarily so, too.
This is a crime scene.
Do you not see the glory of the thing? The artistry.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Excuse me? Ezra, you have outdone yourself. This is your finest work. There is more emotion in his death than most have had in their entire lives.
Our friend is dead, Mr. Avita. Have you no respect?
I'm just saying that at least he had the decency to make a spectacle of it. There is nothing worse than
If I may, if I could just have your attention. You're sick. I'm sorry for shouting, but the detective has arrived. We shall begin the investigation henceforth. Please return to your rooms until the detective has examined the crime scene and had a chance to come speak with you.
If someone wasn't a fan of Robo-Brains, at least not this one.
Have a look at the crime scene for clues. When you're ready, we can discuss your findings.
Protect and serve.
To question the residents, but their safety is our priority.
Let me just toss Brain Dead on.
So unless you have solid evidence, I would avoid accusations. Hello again, Detective. Was there anything else?
Never mind.
Never mind.
I'll be here.
Okay, so... Brain container.
Looks like the brain enclosure was smashed. Is this blood?
See, that's what I question here. It's like, how is there blood? There's no blood in a Robo-Brain container. Alright, here we go. The Fence Buster.
Hell yeah.
This is actually a pretty decent baseball bat in-game. Because, I mean, 30% of resistances. That's a lot of potency when you swap this out to, like, the aluminum with all the boosts on it.
A baseball bat? What is this doing here?
Hello again, Detective. Was there anything else?
Found the murder weapon.
I found the murder weapon.
Oh no. That's the bat from Mr. McKinney's movie. You don't think it...
Sure.
Was there anything else?
Okay.
Never mind.
I'll be here.
Okay. So, where do we want to start? Confidential, the Overseer. Actually, is this unlocked? Yeah, we'll come back up here. This is one of the most maze-like of the regular vaults. Okay, time for the drama.
He deserved better than that.
You think I'm stupid? I saw the way he looked at you. You gonna tell me that's nothing?
It wasn't like that. We were friends. He helped me out of a tight spot or two is all.
I couldn't stand by like some pasty-faced Percy while he put the moves on my best girl.
But now the law is on our tail. What are we going to do?
Come away with me. Let's leave this dark hole of a city behind. We can be in Buenos Aires by tomorrow.
Oh, I want to believe you, I do, but they'll never let us go.
And we'll make our stand here. I've got a gun for each of us.
No, 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 no. The line is that we'll make our stand here. Two lovers together with a bullet for each of them.
God, why can't I ever get that line? Forget it. I can't do this right now.
Fine.
Looks like they gold-plated the archways. Oh. Okay, so I gotta remember that's there. We're gonna.
Detective, how can I help?
I found.
Oh, we were just right.
Sure. I found your
Okay, just. Hello, detective. How can I help? Did you?
What are your thoughts on the
Did
game?
you have any?
It's obviously Santiago.
Okay, never mind.
Never mind.
Okay.
I don't know what that was about. That was clearly something was wrong. Black, red, fence buster,
Well,
so yeah.
This is where that bat came from.
Up we go. Hello.
Nice.
Ooh, that's actually kind of a nice one.
Something keeping the old CPU sharp.
All tech. Into here. Any goodies to be had? None. Okay, so a letter to Ezra. I'm kind of curious. It's a bit of a slog. So, what do we got? Ezra. I've held these feelings inside for so long. I don't know how much longer I can take it. You must know by now how I feel about you. But you ignore my affections. I thought perhaps they would fade as the years went by, but I find myself drawn to you more than ever. Please, I beg you to look inside you to see if there's even a sliver of a chance that you might feel the same way for me as I do you. Ugh. Ugh. Okay.
Protect and serve.
Ah, yes.
What do you
His...
think could fit in one of these?
This one? Not many.
Heard about the experiments they did in places like this. Human decency must have been in short supply back then.
Oh, come on. I'm looking to see if any of this is stuff I actually... Oh, hello.
Hell yeah.
Granted, at the rate I'm finding those, it's going to be a long while before I'm going to find any useful ones. Pygmy skulls. Bunch of random useless garbage.
Excellent.
Well, I am going to take that just to have it. I think this goes upstairs. Yes, so we'll ignore the upstairs for the moment. In here we go. Because I want to talk to Pearl.
Welcome to the Vault 118 gift shop. Need to restock on hunting or fishing?
Uh-huh. I'll take a
Burger.
look. Sure.
Something for everyone.
It's actually a really nice, yeah, the Dapper Gent. This is actually kind of a nice hat. We'll be coming back for that, because that's a lot of caps to drop on it, and I don't have my, Sugarman Bowler, clean black, clean. But no, that used to be my go-to hat when wearing the Handmaid's outfit. Security. In we go. And then I think it's just a couple. It's just a protect.
And serve.
Why do you tempt me, game? Why do you tempt me, game? Oh, god damn it. Oh, I want that. I kind of want that one. It's not what I'm looking for, but that's tempting. Para put these on. Say hello to Santiago.
Well. If it isn't the long arm of the law. Tell me, are you a devotee of the arts? Just
Art is life. Without it, we are no different than animals.
perhaps, if all we are is a sentience floating in a suit of flesh, or metal, I suppose, then art is the only true communion with the world. Come with me.
Nick, you're pathfinding. There we go. Come on. Come on, there you go.
Tell me, what does this piece say to you?
It's about composition, the balance of colors.
Indeed. This was the last piece I did in a series of portraits of Gilda. Number 1378. Her emotional landscape is superimposed on the portrait. The reality of the subject is distorted as the ego attempts to project itself. This way.
As someone who actually took a college level art course, yeah, this is what they sound like, and that's what I hate so much. I'm gonna...
Tell me, what does this one say to you?
It's the war. Bombs from every direction, no up or down, the world turned on its head.
I suppose in a way it must be. Art shapes the world, and the world shapes art in return. All art must therefore be constantly reborn through the lens of contextual and historic interpretation. It must ascend.
I do like him as a character. We must ascend.
And what about this one? And please be honest, for art without honesty is just politics.
Let's see. I'm gonna go.
This is bullshit.
Got it in one. Truth be told, this is my best-selling piece. I did this series under a pseudonym, of course. This series has made more money than any of my serious works. And I did the whole thing as a lark. What does that tell you about the value of art to the common man, huh? Ah, my fellow connoisseur of the art.
Let's see.
Tell me about yourself.
What is there to tell? My work is primarily in oil paint, but I have been known to do sculpture or performance art as well.
Thought something.
Did you...
The person you should be looking at is Juliana Riggs. That Philistine would not know art from her own excrement. She and Ezra had a rather dramatic fight recently. You could...
let's see.
What words?
I don't know. I was painting at the time and I was trying to block it out. Though I bet Gilda probably heard them.
Oh.
I think you should...
It's for inspiration, detective. The others do, like Prometheus's torch. It kindles with...
It sounds like you...
Our Gilda is a very singular creature, detective. I have never met another who clings to life so tenaciously. Who lives so in the moment. I must admit I was quite smitten with her for a time.
You're still in love?
So what if I am? What business is it of yours? She deserves...
Never mind.
I do like him, and I like how much he just hates that one, the one kitten painting he despises, but he loves the rest of them. Open sesame. Ah yes, his quarters. I love how Spartan his is. Like, you can tell he never spends time in here compared to the others. And I've still been trying to find a way to build this in Vault 88. Oh, you are getting turned off for the moment.
Not sure what the point of building this was. Got beaches all over the island.
It's because they can't go outside.
I think we ought to talk.
Is something the matter?
What?
We've just been traveling for a while now, and I figured... So, there anything you want?
What's with the detective?
What's with the outfit?
After I started the agency, it just seemed like the sort of thing a detective ought to wear. I got some old memories, pre-war. Faded to all heck of guys dressed like this, doing what I do. Putting on the hat and trench coat, and I figured it'd let folks know I was serious about the whole thing. Clothes make the man and all that. Guess I felt they made me the man I wanted to be.
What do you remember about the Institute?
It's all pretty hazy from back then, but now and then I get glimpses. A single test chamber was my whole world for years. And someone was always...
Sure.
They've cut you loose.
So, who are you?
That's a question I've been trying to figure out myself for a long damn time. I know I'm a synth. Authentic Institute handiwork. But I'm still mechanical. Not bioengineered like the fancy synths giving everyone the willies these days. I get tune-ups now instead of checkups.
You remember when Dima was talking about the Institute's personality experiments? My memories. My personality. They're all lifted from some cop who volunteered for an experiment back before the war. They scanned his brain and copied it onto the hardware that runs between my ears. Don't know why they chose to make a robot based on some pre-war cop instead of a math genius or a bioengineer. But hey, maybe that's why the Institute tossed me in the garbage instead of turning me into one of their people snatchers.
Wait. The original Nick was from my time?
Sure was. Which meant when I finally ended up out here, it was quite the rude awakening. I remember waking up one day in a garbage heap, a body in tatters and a head full of memories belonging to a man who'd been dead for 200 years. Suffice to say, it was a confusing couple of weeks. Folks didn't really know much about synths back then, so when I finally ran into people, they mostly treated me with caution rather than hostility. But the kids, they weren't afraid. I think his name was Jim. The first person to actually speak to me after I got the boot from the Institute. My first human contact in this world. Grilled me for an hour. Once they'd seen I wasn't going to hurt anyone, it eventually turned into a pretty Those people, they treated me like... It's a surprisingly rare trait out here. So part of the reason
kindness
if you're good to people, they'll be good back. That's something I've always believed.
Couldn't agree more. Well, I expect you're about as bored as...
Sure.
Okay, so there's that. Time to go yell at more people.
Hello, Mr. Whiskers. Who's a pretty kitty?
Juliana, Mr. Whiskers died last month. This is Scruffy. Remember?
Oh, of course. Silly me.
Just let me have a look at the neural interface matrix, and I'm sure I can clear that.
No, it's not that. I've just caught another cold. Probably something that got in when they sent Pearl out.
Oh, God. Not this again. Last month you were convinced you had the measles.
You're not a doctor. What would you even know about it? Besides, I think it may be malaria.
First of all, I am a doctor.
Yes, but not a real doctor. Robotics isn't an actual degree.
Secondly, I've told you time and again, You can't get sick inside the suit. It's not physically possible.
I know when I'm getting sick, Bert. Now why don't you just wander off and play in your lab? Mr. Scruffy and I are going to rewrite the will, so he will get everything when I die because horrible Bert didn't believe me.
Oh, God, Juliana.
Have fun,
Whatever.
dear.
I'm going to the lab. Hello, David. Did you?
Let's see. Thoughts on the
Did you...
Oh, well, that's not really my field of it. Was there?
I heard that...
Well, I was in my lab at the time, so I didn't think... I think she found something in the overseer's office. I wasn't listening when she told me about it. I kind of had my head in my research. I don't know, really. Was there?
Right. Tell me about it.
I'm afraid that's really all I should say about it. I mean, it is. Was there?
Never mind.
Very well.
Some of the dialogue seems a little broken.
Hello, Detective. Did you have a question about...
Did you...
If you ask me, it's one of those actors. Or that horrible painter. Their type is always the cause of violence.
Tell me about it.
I'm Juliana Riggs, heiress to the Riggs fortune and wife of Bert Riggs. I'm not sure what...
I heard you had a big...
Oh, well, it wasn't that big a deal, really. I wasn't feeling well that day and lashed out a bit at the poor man.
What's with...
These are our things. We're just waiting till the war blows over so we can bring them back to the mansion.
Never mind.
Good luck catching...
Yeah, that's the murderer. And I'm gonna spoil it right here. That's the murderer. Okay, and I think we're gonna go F a Robo-Brain because I'm a freak like that. And fashionable glasses.
Well now, if it isn't the brave detective. I haven't seen someone with a body like that in far too long.
Okay,
You're not so bad yourself.
You should have seen me before all this. Red hair that was the envy of every girl and legs for
I have no shame.
I'm sure you'd rather hear some of my stories from the silver screen rather than talk about that nasty murder business.
I must say, you're quite the actress.
What can I say? It just comes naturally. Care to hear some of my stories, detective?
God.
Have you ever done radio?
Well, darling, play your cards right, and maybe I'll whisper some sweet nothings in your ear. Surely you must be here for my salacious stories of the silver screen.
I must say, I've known flesh and blood girls who aren't half the woman you are.
Keep it up, Tiger, and we'll find out if you can handle how much woman I am.
Oh, God. I always feel so gross because of this one.
Of the silver screen.
Why don't we grab...
Sounds good, detective.
I feel dirty. Feel real fucking dirty.
That was great, detective, but we probably shouldn't make a habit of this. Catch you later, Tiger.
Must have cost a fortune to build a place like this.
What gives you that idea? The fact that half of this is goddamn gilded? Here we go. Oh no, we don't want to go up there. I want to explore just a touch more first.
Hey there, Tiger.
Concierge. See, this is something I wish we could do in the Vault 88 DLC that we can't. Hydroponics. Yeah, there's actually like a nice... It's not big, but it's a pleasantly sized little hydroponics bay. Yeah, this is all what could be referred to as a service level. Hence the reason it's so dark up here. Is because ultimately, you're not meant to be able to see it. There's apparently a hidden hallway in here somewhere. And by hidden, I mean, like, they had it sitting around for something, just never used
I'd rather die than be stuck in one of these rat holes.
So, yep, and then this is his little place. Takes us back out. And then...
Protect and serve.
There we go. Well, if I need Vault-Tec suits, I'll come here too. In we go. Right. Interactions between working and ultra-wealthy and confined situations. Actually, we're gonna listen to it on the Pip-Boy so there can be some captions. Oh.
Progress on construction of the second wing of the vault is completely stalled. Once the premier area of the vault had been completed, funding seems to have been cut off. My supervisors have informed me that they haven't received payment from Mr. Parker, and Vault-Tec won't pay out of pocket to continue construction. I've repeatedly approached Ezra about the finances, but he keeps telling me that Mrs. Riggs hasn't transferred the funds. However, when I asked her, Juliana said that she had just given Ezra extra for the gold paint in the rooms. I've hired an investigator to look for signs of embezzlement in a few weeks.
Sounds like Ezra was embezzling from his investors.
Let's see, so that's the painter. I'm trying to remember, again, this place is a bit more maze-like if you're looking for the car wing. Huh.
Hello, Detective. How can I help? Did you...
Never mind.
Never mind.
Okay.
Hello, Detective. Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you noticed Juliana acting strangely lately?
Oh, well, I'm probably just being paranoid, but she's been so much more pleasant lately. I mean, it's been nice, but also a bit unnerving. Most people don't really understand us, but I always... It's what allowed me to focus on my research.
Let's just go for it.
What do you mean, Juliana?
My wife has always been a very harsh woman, Detective. I don't know who it is in our rooms, but that is not my wife, Detective.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Very well.
And so that confirms it. That is not my wife. I can't remember. Can I tell him?
Hello again, Detective. Was there anything else?
Your residence.
Not robots, Detective. Well, not exactly, anyway. I believe the term they use is robo-brain. Back before the war, the residents decided that... Was there anything else?
And about
Tell me about the victim.
Mr. Ezra Parker was the primary owner and financier for the hotel. He had vast experience managing. It was his idea to have our premier client. He worked with Vault Tech. Was there anything else?
Right.
Never mind.
Never mind.
I'll be here.
And I just wanted to make sure I couldn't accuse beforehand.
Hello, Detective. Did you have a question about the heinous murder?
I found some...
Oh, well, I really don't believe that.
I think you're...
Let's just...
Ezra was embezzled.
You were so...
It's a shame. I thought I could keep the ruse going a little longer. Oh, well... Had to end.
Oh, don't tell me the autosave just hit me. Oh, thank God.
Mm-hmm.
I think the autosave. There we go.
Have to end in more vile.
Right.
And
why did you kill Juliana?
I hadn't planned on it, but I thought I could get a bit more money out of this place. But what's it going to be?
Not
a chance.
Then
Shoot to kill.
What's next?
Take that.
First rule of survival is to put everything to use.
Okay, and...
I found the killer. It was Ezra. He killed Juliana and took her place to hide his tracks.
My word. I didn't.
He attacked me, but...
Here you are, Detective. Payment for your services and a bonus.
Okay, Valk, I need you to...
Aye.
What's new?
Actually, wait. In conversation,
Nothing else.
I have a plan.
I was done talking anyway.
Eh. Because I just realized I can toss a bunch of that stuff. Yeah, I was scared there for a second that autosave had fucked us. Because it happened right when the game was loading something. Because I can put all of that together. And all the money they gave us, and I can dump it all into... buying the Dapper Gent. So I don't expend too much of my character's cash. As soon as I do that, then I'll take a 15, and then we'll be back.
Protect and serve.
Silence.
Protect and serve.
What did I just say? Yeah, there's a door around somewhere that leads to another section of it, of the vault.
I've been told the Valentine Detective Agency signs are an eyesore, but they sure bring in the business.
That was quite the commotion. Did you need something, Detective? Looking for a gift to bring them?
Barter.
Let's see what you've got.
Let me know if you find something you like.
Okay, is there anything... Well, first off, I want the Dapper Gent. And I get it. Perfect. It's actually enough to buy the Dapper Gent. Perfect. I can move. Now everyone else out of my way so I can rummage around in places I'm not supposed to be able to rummage. Ah, over here. This is it. Then over here, and then... Welcome to the car vault. Yeah, there's the elevator.
sealing yourself up in a steel hole to escape the...
Okay, so my character's getting tired, so... Right about here. Okay, like I said, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, stretch my legs and the like, and then I... Okay, I am back. So, from here, that's right. Okay. Everything's looking good. I'll just check the audio real quick. So, yep, audio is good.
Good day to you.
So let's down a Nuka-Cola to take the edge off the tiredness. I've also gotten glitched in here before, so hopefully that doesn't happen. Gotta love that elevator music, am I right? I feel like I'm right. Good, we didn't get glitched today. Yeah, I got an infinite load loop once here. Everyone out of the elevator so I can move. Thank you. You were the source of it. You were the one I couldn't get rid of.
Basement.
Ah yes, this is actually the shortcut. Once you have it... Oh, I thought this was a shortcut.
Ground floor.
Oh, it is. Okay. I always forget you were not high up in there. But with that, we're gonna head back. We're gonna head to Longfellow's cabin. Yeah, it was kind of dark. Ezra just had this place built just to embezzle money. He had no other reason to. So when the bombs fell, he had his perfect shelter, and ironically, he thought, oh, I'll get away with all this money and I'll be wealthy beyond and I'll have plenty of money to use as I see fit. Not realizing that in the post-war world, cash may not have any value at all, which is what happened. Yeah, I guess we missed one. Oh well. Yeah, we've been getting really lucky with legendaries. But we're gonna head to Old Longfellow's cabin. Reset there. And then we'll go back to exploring. I can hear them commenting, but I can't hear them from... Or I can't understand them, but I can hear them. Oh, that is just comical looking. Let's see, I think the path into Longfellow's cabin should be right. Yeah, right here is Causeway. So I don't think we're going to do any proper settlement building today. But we will do, we'll claim this settlement. I may set up a player camp here. But the actual settlement will come later. I love setting up little turrets scattered out here in the woods. So that whenever someone would attack, there's just tiny little turrets. There'd be like one just hidden behind that tree. And I usually put a fence along this whole gully. Makes it pretty much impossible to get around. Along with a few strategic walls. Let's see. Yeah, he owns that bed, but... So I'm going to... I gotta go put one in his, I just put one in here usually, yeah. Damn it. Okay. Give me a second. Okay, so now I have proper control over it. Shouldn't have to defend it as he's with me. We're gonna we'll have to go to Mitch and rent a room. No, it's kind of funny. There's actually radiation points even out on Longfellow's little private island. So, yeah. We'll head up to... We'll rent a room. I didn't want to rent a room, but I forgot I would have no supplies, and I know I don't have enough in their inventories because I've just been hoarding adhesive.
There could be war, Alan. Just stop this.
This ain't some innocent Avery. This is a damn saboteur. Those condensers down by the freshwater. The storm didn't take them out. She did. Machete Mike spotted her.
But the children...
It's like I've been saying. The children of Adam are out to kill us all. This here saboteur meant to cut us off from food and water. Punishment is pretty clear, Captain.
Do what you must.
Yeah! Children, bastards!
You were right, Alan. Now will you listen to sense? The children of Adam need to be wiped clean off this island.
You've had your blood today. I can't stomach any more of it. All of you. Show's over. Go home.
Yeah, they're a violent bunch here. Like I said, I'm just gonna go into the last plank and take a bed there. 10 caps, it isn't the worst.
Your damn cat knocked something over. Again.
Hey.
Tink didn't mean anything by it, Mitch. I swear, her tail's a menace. Does she even know it's attached to her bleeding hide?
If you want me to work in this flea-ridden bar of yours, you'll watch your tone.
Fine. Looking a mite too sober by my estimation. I can fix that.
Rent a room.
I'd like to rent a room.
It's up the stairs.
There we go. Alright, here. Okay. So we're gonna down a Deathclaw steak. Sorry, I ate during the break, so I may have to do that a couple times. Go, and we'll go for 7 hours. The 7 hours will get you the well-rested perk. Always eat and drink before you go to bed in this game. That way it lowers your disease chance. And I got insomnia. Well, that's one of the better ones. Jesus, I was really overtired.
Worries and cheap food.
I should have gone for a bit more. Oh well.
If you need a room, see Mitch.
That'll cover me for a bit. So I need to talk to what's-his-face that runs the general store. Hunt down that synth, and then we'll... Oh yeah. This is what I like to see.
Interest you in anything, stranger?
I need to talk to you about our missing synth.
Yeah? Well, it's not something I talk about without...
I'm working with Chase.
Okay, I believe you. Keep it down, all right? It's real private information. I know the synth you're talking about. He's a younger guy. Thing is, he showed up way earlier than he was supposed to. Thought a courser was on his tail, so he rushed the timetable. To be honest, the guy was a wreck. He was scared shitless. Tried to calm him down, but he panicked and ran off into the fog.
Uh-huh. Relax.
Sorry. Look, if you're really going after that synth, I'm pretty sure he took the road south out of town. Just be careful. I feel like shit about hard times.
Okay.
Adam are trying to kill us all. Drive us into the ocean.
So that would be... That's left. There it is. So that'll be our only return to civilization for a while. Pick up the location. but... Okay, I guess we'll go up close and... keep stalking it. Oh, I love this island during rad storms. The feel it picks up during the rad storms are just amazing.
Playing hide and seek?
Got him. Ooh, got a legendary. Ah, it's a shit one. Damn it. Okay. God, I wish that this was one of the locations that we could have a settlement, though. You know, a super early, super easy one, but also super small, like Hangman's Alley sized small. So it's like, it's literally just to like this sign where the curb is hidden. Out to just the edge of this and then back to like this tree. Or maybe to actually no, to here and then down that way. You know, again, just big enough to make a tiny, meant more as a player home, as I think that would help settlement building a lot. Would have been just having some that were very clearly meant to just be... Take a haunch of Radstag. That were just meant to be player homes. The kind of place that the player might set up because it's familiar, it's comfortable, it's secure.
There's a trail of blood.
Gotta check in here real quick. You know, this actually helps show the layout. So there's a kitchenette and a bed on this end, and then this end had a living room space. Okay. Because I like to use those fairly often. Yeah, and we got a location in which the building is not completely destroyed. And we got a cap stash out of it. And some miscellaneous loot. Okay. Oh, I love the ambiance. I'm just gonna keep saying that. It's the reason this one's always been my favorite is it doesn't try to be something it's not.
Hey there.
Fresh meat crawling in from the fog. Don't care if it's Mirelurk or man.
I'm not looking for trouble.
Yeah, we found him. One of the here. Whoa, now go. Don't.
Okay. Let me just get in a good little spot right here. And we're just gonna go 1 and a 2 and 3 and a pop. 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 Cannibals get no mercy. There is no mercy to be had, only vengeance. A little bit of nuclear waste, because that never hurt anyone. Also, that's probably a misc item. Inspect. Yeah, that's a head. Do you gotta feel bad for him? Okay, so that's that one. Remove that. Turn to Cassie. Damn it, I forgot to do that. Okay, we gotta go do that real quick. And I need to go like the other way for that. Yeah, I gotta go up to the tannery that way. So we'll do that and then come along the route this way. I think that'll work. So yeah, we'll come up and around because I think that'll also take us past the data drives, right? Or is that further south to us? No, that's to the south of us. And I know Cassie is going to send us up here, so that might be best is just to go that way because then we can hit that, come south, and then come straight down this road to the harbor. Okay. Which way is the road? It's this way, isn't it? Like, the amount of blood in each one of these splatters shows he was dead long before the trappers found him. But I always kill those trappers on principle. There's a second floor of loot up there, isn't there? Huh. That's a real life picture. That's kind of cool. Wasn't expecting to find that. I wish I could walk under that, just slowly moving through the region, ducking under little bits here and there. Old motel. I do wish there was more interior locations, even if they weren't listed. Like, I would have loved to explore, like, a ghoul-filled motel, which is what this was. I do find it interesting that clearly one of the harbormen, you know, parks their boat up here. Or over here. Can't remember if there's anything over here. Let's go take a look. Another steamer trunk. See, I am going to grab that because there's a suit of power armor I want to pick up on my way out. Ah yes, this is... So, the base game has mannequins. Far Harbor has gnomes. Can I get on top of this boat? Yes. Actually, impressed I got on it. I don't think there doesn't look like there's anything on this one. I think those ones are more decorative. And take to the skies. Nope, not quite. Take to the skies. There we go.
The children of Adam are dangerous. Don't trust them.
Okay. So up this.
Hey, Chop's got everything you need.
Yeah?
Not you. I'm here to talk to Cassie.
I wiped out the feral ghouls at the campground.
The hero of our saga returns triumphant. I bet the island didn't see that coming. It's only right you get...
Sure. I wasn't looking to get paid.
You're a good person. I can see that. I've been thinking about what's next, and then it came to You'd never want something awful to happen to them. Nobody would. That's why it broke my heart when...
I'm sorry.
Everybody was. But he had a farm, little ways north of here. Lived a peaceful life, working the land. The island sent something after him. A huge monster. Me. Grandpa bravely stood his ground. If you can take out that shell-backed devil, it'll...
That fog crawl?
That's this...
Okay. Because, yeah, I think if I go... Yep, it's right on my path. So just follow the highway all the way up. And then we'll push down. And then, like I said, we'll push all the way south to here. Then we may push back towards the nucleus.
Guns, guns,
And a horrifically foul attitude. That's what it is. Guns, guns, more guns, and a horrifically foul attitude that can sour milk in seconds. Let's see what's in the old church. Union platters, toolbox.
Lots of thing for antiques, huh?
What do we got here? Nope. Okay, and some bottle caps. I'll take some ceramic.
Sweet.
That was worth the stop. I'm just gonna check the steeple real quick. That was also worth it. Steeple looks to be clear. Yep. Okay, back down we go. Just a quick bit of light looting in the church. Yeah, I always check the churches because they like to tuck stuff in them. There's usually some decent loot scattered about. Now we'll just wander out into the deep fog. Dun 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 dun. I hate how weird the little jog looks. Because it looks like an incomplete animation. Whoop. Let up on a button I didn't need to let up on. And then kept pressing it. Did I check the boat proper, or did I just check the top, or just that one? There we go. Take the 45s. Those flares? They are. Oh. It was a nice touch, but it's a shame that the flare gun is useless for the most part in Far Harbor. Anything alive in here? No, there isn't even a second floor in here. Turn the Pip-Boy light off. Anything in there? Nope. Barely saw that. there anything in the loft. Got some cement if I need it. That's good. Some plastic there. Not much in here. This DLC is one of the ones that makes me want to wander the most. Because there's so much that you can never see. So you wind up poking around everywhere. Because there's also hidden goodies. Well, looks like there's something on that boat. Come on, let me get up here. There we go. I got a little bit out of it. Nothing good. Okay. Back across. And
the detective's life isn't an easy one, but it rarely lacks for
a little bit of possible loot. Nothing really too good there. Died waiting for the toilet. Oh, hello, grenades. Another Aster Blossom gun.
We've got company.
Ooh, karate shot.
Just once. Let me find.
Okay. So that's that. You know what? Let's just take all the sneak. So.
Curve socks that don't have holes in them.
Two in one piece.
And it ain't gonna be me.
I like that. It's gonna be you or me, and it ain't gonna be me. I respect that mentality. Looks clean. What is this? Oyster chowder all you can eat. Nice simple little bar. Or sorry, not bar, but a little restaurant. See, that's the kind of build I'm gonna be replicating, is just tiny little ones like that. The stuff that would have been on this island pre-war. I wish we had a settlement with a billboard like that in it. The ability to build something up there would have been awesome. Okay. Where are we going? Yeah, keep going north. Temptation too high, going elsewhere. Oh, yeah, we're not going there yet. I have a quest that goes there, so I'm not touching that place yet. But we've got a small setup here. Treasure Hunter's Residence. This is not base game. Oh, we got company.
Let's open something stalking.
Stalking might be. Gonna figure out how to path out of there, or are you just gonna sit there and die? Yeah, they didn't path out of here at all.
Hey, toss anything you can't haul my way.
Doing them any good.
There's the third one. So I know that is not base game, so we are going to leave it alone until I have confirmation as to what its purpose is. Because I know it's not base game. That's why I was confused when I saw it.
Nice.
We'll leave that. I've got enough of that stuff building up. But we will explore this little township that was set up here. Anything good? Explosives? Yeah, it's a regular wooden crate. I'll pop it all the same.
Got it.
And a bit of Rad-X. And down onto the shore. Okay, back the way we came. And we'll get back to the highway. Well, I think highway might actually be a strong word for this. Map. So yeah, I just gotta go. Oh, hello. Gotta keep an eye out for these. Sap is useful. Ah, that's why I couldn't see it. Here's our destination. One Vim Green T51. When we loop back around,
A truck full of good wine. I hope someone hanged for this.
Something on your mind?
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Go ahead.
Okay, like, legitimately most of this can go. Let me grab the thing. There we go. Yeah, I do not need to be carrying that much on me. And you can hold on to the Dapper Gent. And like half of those. There we go. That will be all.
I'm good for now. Thanks.
Talk again soon.
Let's get out of here. So there are two unique paint jobs on the island. There's the green and there's the red Vim. Red Vim's at the factory. Green Vim is out here. I feel like there are trappers here, but I could be wrong. Nope. It be ghouls. Oh, hello.
I say it's time for a drink.
Heard that body hit. There's where'd the body go. On the meat from that. Oh well, guess it's gone. I see this is just a rest stop. Yeah, it was just a rest stop. Okay. Okay. Nothing too good here. Let's go up here then. Nothing in there. Wolf.
Heads up.
Let's count the ammo and see what's left.
We'll leave the meat. It's not worth it. Yeah, right up this way, because I think... Yeah, that way's Aldersea, which is a super mutant fight, so... Yeah, we'll ignore it for the time being. I'm gonna wind up clearing it out one way or the other, so I don't really care when. There's dinner. And that's our target. What do I have for firepower? Yeah, I've really been relying on the All-American, haven't I?
Guess we got no choice.
Jeez.
Good time to stop for a drink, yeah?
One fog crawler down. I remember the first time I ever faced one of these, it scared me so much. Ah, didn't mean to hop out. But one of the things I appreciate Bethesda doing is in this situation, these buildings were scrappable. You could scrap the whole building. Because otherwise it's like, what would you build here? How would you build around this? And it's like, oh, you don't have to. You just scrap the building. When we go back to Cassie, she'll give us this place, so we don't... So I won't worry too much about stuff like that. Ramen milk, a little bit of whiskey. Found some whiskey for you, Longfellow. Gonna enjoy it. Just gonna take advantage of some water and cut that down a little bit. Let me take a quick look here, actually. Lost Patrol. There it is. Okay. So, yeah, that took way less effort than I thought it was going to, so we'll hit Alder C real quick. But I'm going to keep going via the road. I kind of like just traveling by the road. Why the hell is there a urinal out here? Oh, hello. Man, am I glad I have those sneak perks, because I didn't see those at all. Oh wait, do you, as you cock it, do you pop? Yeah, you cocking it pops the dust cover off. That's kind of a cool little touch. When I do the building here, I might take advantage of the clear weather artillery or firework from the firework launcher and just perpetually. I saw a way that you can set it up that there we go. I can see you. The hell, Master. Possibly the creepiest looking thing I've seen in a while. Target locked. What's that? Got him. I don't like dealing with Primuses because they have way too much health. And they rarely give me any. Why is it always the right leg? Can I please get a left leg? I keep getting nothing but legendary right legs. Okay. AP is pretty much full. HP is pretty much full. In we go. Should also tell you something, because the HP meter in Power Armors actually shows the percentage. You down or you up?
Gotta find you soon.
Put 2 in him real quick. I have 0 stealth though.
What's that?
Hound, just tank that. And we've got 1 mutant hound. There we go. Site pacified. And there we go. A little bit of light material, not much, but respectable. Yeah, when it comes to keeping the Radiance in the Commonwealth, I'm fine with Nuka World. I'm not fine with Far Harbor, because Far Harbor is far enough away that a suspension of disbelief has to become a thing, whereas with the Commonwealth, I can actually kind of believe the Brotherhood might have, or sorry, not the Commonwealth, but Nuka World. I can at least believe they may have.
Someone's coming. I say it's time for a drink. Best to grab it now while you can.
Oh, we're taking the bathrobes. And the oil. Because why the hell not? Well, that feels like everything I needed out of here. Oh, damn it. That's going on 4 hours. I'm surprised I'm getting a little tired. Okay. How are we doing on charge? Not too bad. I should be able to get... Yeah, so we'll just... God, do I want to just cross the gap and come down along this? No, we'll take the road, then I can punch through Oceania while I'm at it.
We ain't alone.
Sweetness, more legendaries. God, Far Harbor. Yeah, how many fights have we been in that there have been no legendaries in, and now we're just getting them constantly? I just happened to glance over and see two, but the way they were standing, I'm like, why are there two guys in power armor? And what did I just say about the right goddamn leg? Oh, I need left legs. My right leg's already combat armor. I want my left leg to be combat armor. Well, I've got two good legendary on the left leg to give it up. And I want a decent legendary to replace it. Okay, I think we're approaching Oceania. Not that I can see the road through the mudslide. Ooh, pardon me.
What was that?
I had a feeling we weren't alone over here. It'd been too quiet. I haven't seen that before. There we go. I may actually have to switch over to the submachine gun soon. I'm running low on 5.56. This is why I keep a primary, secondary, and a sidearm on me for all of my gameplays. It's because you never know when you're gonna need that. You know, this does not seem like that terrible of a place to set up camp. You're near water, looks like the soil's decently fertile. Sweet. The only thing that's gonna mess with you is you are so low down that the fog is gonna fill in this area pretty easily. Other than that, this seems like a perfectly fine place to set up an encampment. Down and out of the way, but you're still decently close to a main road. Am I pretty much at? Yeah, I'm at the Oceanarium. Okay. It's the diversion road should be coming up. Down we go. That part looks clear. There you are. Ooh, right through the hip.
Unless you're hounding for a green suntan, I suggest we get a move on it.
Yeah, I've already lost nearly 10% of my health to radiation. There you are. Thank God you had a perception of nothing. Okay, so there's the Oceanarium done. It's a nice little landmark, doesn't look like it had any loot in it. Because, yeah, these were probably filled with... These were probably vats of water filled with sea creatures you could pick up and play with. Or maybe not necessarily pick up, but more easily to observe and maybe run your hand through the water of. Okay, I think... Yeah, like I said, we're just going to follow this road all the way up and all the way right back down. Then we'll head... What is that, east? Possibly go up through here to the national park and come down. Or, well, we do have a destination down here, so... Yeah, so we'll go east and then continue south all the way down. Then... come up and along here, and then up through here to Acadia, and then come back down Acadia's path to Far Harbor. I think that's going to be the plan. Okay, but I want to see if there's more stuff on this route. Hello, Mr. Hermit Crab. Come on, you want to wake up? There we go. Wakey, wakey, big guy. There are
incoming
3 of these.
That'll teach you.
On the entire... Incoming.
Quit your hype.
There are only 3 of these on the whole island. And I know where all 3 of them are because... Wow. I don't have a life. Okay. Wait. Yeah, they have really good loot, too. So yeah, that's a bridge that probably led out to the mainland. Wait, is there a duffel bag on that? Yep, okay, we gotta go search it then. Nothing in there. And a little bit of ammo. Wasn't too terrible. It wasn't a bad decision, but it wasn't necessarily worth it. So yeah, it looks like if you could push all the way through there, which you can't, you would wind up where, oh no 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 no. Put the king down and then give me my. No 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 no. Five. Wounding hunting rifle. That isn't terrible. I'll have to give it to one of the others to carry. Val.
Hi.
Hey there.
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Got anything exotic?
I got a wounding hunting rifle, if that counts. Also, it feels like if there's anything I should be giving you less of, it's definitely explosives, because you're already way too gung-ho with those. And excess ammo. Okay.
That was all.
Thanks, Popsicle.
Perfect, we got way back. Oh, so yeah, we got, that's not something we can go into yet. We'll be coming back to that later. Let's see, so that's the road we came from, so this is the road that's heading where we want to go. Got some... Why do I feel like I got... I was about to say, why do I feel like there's supposed to be a Yao Guai here? Again, that should start to tell you how much I played this game, that I can just sit here and go. Completely unmarked location that a lot of people probably have never seen. There should be a Yao Guai here. Take some Yao Guai meat hide. Yeah, we're approaching the tannery. Nothing in there. I love how there's even a Pulowski preservation shelter out here.
Pulowski, nuclear protection on a budget.
This is a nice little restaurant. I'll have to replicate something like this. So we've got a super small bar, and I can easily just use a bar chair vendor mat on a couple right angle ones. And then just some tables all around, live catch. Yeah, this is a what? Yeah, I can't do this part, but I'll probably just do a flat roof then. Okay, nothing else here. Yeah, so take a look. Oh, we got to ramp up, which means there's something up there. No, they tricked me.
Shoot to kill.
That was refreshing.
Oh, leather. More leather. Sorry, sometimes it feels like there's just no leather in the game. Valkyrie! Valkyrie, stop walking away! Stop walking away! Stop walking away.
Hey.
What's the plan?
Let's trade.
Sure thing.
Ooh, I should probably pick up the strong back perk.
Nothing else I needed.
Because that's just a flat increase to my carry weight, which I think would be very advantageous.
Someone or something
Magic
else.
8 Ball says this should be over quick.
Let's clear the exterior. Motherfucker, it did it again. I'm gonna let this one go, but I think it did it to me again where it's just... where VATS keeps doing this to me, where it just causes the game to crash. I want to see if this will self-fix. Not again. Give me a second, I gotta reset the game again. God damn it. Every time I think I'm being clever. Every time. And because, again, I have to kill it in Task Manager, it always gives me hell. Hell on reload. So what we're at, 2 crashes and a near crash. Doing well. Honestly, I was expecting a lot more. I just need to stop spamming VATS as much. Because I knew there were bodies, or I knew there were ghouls there. I should have just gone over there. Give me just a second here. Oh, it was just before the hermit crab, so we're not too far back. That's good. I was actually worried that was going to be way, way far back, but that's pretty much right back where we were. There we go. And desktop audio back on. I just closed the app I needed to leave open. There we go. Okay, let me just minimize Task Manager. We're leaving it up at this point because it's very clear this game's going to try and crash on me.
I'm too damn sober for this.
Okay. We're not going to go down there for that again. That's more than a little disappointing. Again, this is why I have autosave on, despite being... I'm getting that XP either way. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm getting that XP back. Okay, so we know there's no ghouls in here, so we can ignore it, and there wasn't really any loot. No,
incoming.
You're alive, and you're alive.
Guess we got no choice.
Was he legendary last time? I don't feel like he was.
Fuck, take them all.
Damn, that would have been good earlier on.
We're in for it now.
Okay, that's good enough. We'll grab the leather on the way out. Okay, in we go. Time for a tactical insertion using bright green power armor. Ooh, calibrated hunting shotgun. I can't help it. It just looks, it's fun.
Nice. Hi.
Need something?
Let's trade some things.
Sure, why not?
Okay, so 44s, 4570, 10 mil, all of those. Then both of those and that. Both of those. Yeah, we'll put it in our inventory. I don't think I meant to pick that up. Buff out, Aster, antibiotics, A-bomb. And the whiskey. Yep, there we go.
That was it.
Glad I could help.
Knew there was another one in here. Okay, can hear one more. think the other one is below us. Sure as hell ain't above us.
Anything useful?
Anything good?
Oh. Ooh, springs. Technical items. Fusion cells, bottle caps, bobby pins, donut mix. Here, well, I took the caps with donut mix. So we know the last one's up. Okay, we're gonna save. Stay down. Tannery key, and do I want any of the rest? I do not. There would be the power tools. 556, rest can stay, some more hide. Again, ooh, I think I just saw it. Yeah, I just saw it. I just happened to see something that looked tan, and I'm like, that wasn't Nick.
I've been casing those ghouls for weeks, waiting for an opening. And you dive in and choppy chop.
Give me a second, sorry about that.
I've been casing those ghouls for weeks, waiting for an opening. And you dive in and choppy chop, bang, bang, and the whole lot of them dead. You even know what you got right there? A premium set of Pellman's power tools.
What's the big deal about these tools?
Pellman's pumps out more foot-pounds of torque than a Deathclaw and Psycho. And before Paulie ran off, he kept those tools shiny. Nothing like them on this island. Period.
I remember commercials for Pellman's tools. Expensive stuff, top of the line.
What the hell's a commercial? Wait, it don't matter. Oh, Mariner sent you, didn't she? Goddamn Mitch and his big mouth. No matter what she's offering, it's nothing. Serious builders would give an arm for them tools. I'll pay you 2,000 caps right here, right now. Deal?
Reject the offer.
I'll pass on the offer.
I ain't hanging around forever. Walk away.
Where's the rest of that leather? Like I said, leather can be unnecessarily annoying to come by from time to time, so I find it best to have a few. If I get the opportunity, I take it for more.
Hey there.
Hi.
I'd like to trade some items.
I'm sworn to carry your burdens. Actually, I'm not.
I haven't heard that one before. There we go.
That was all.
Thanks, Popsicle.
Yeah, I think my fatigue and whatnot's starting to kick in, so I'm losing carry weight. Down a Nuka-Cola. And pop a purified water to polish it off. Oh, what do you know? I didn't get them all. Okay. Oop, don't want to fall because I don't want to accidentally aggro Mike. Okay. So next stop, back up onto the main road, and at the next big T intersection, head south or head east. There it is. Caution, falling rocks. I was about to say, I do not trust that in the slightest. Concerns me he took more than 2. Yeah, this is the intersection I need.
We'll always sell what we can't use ourselves.
I like old Longfellow. He kind of accepts why you loot everything. Nice. I've only got, what was that, 3 clips total? I'm running very low. So let's see. Yeah, that's the direction I want to go. This is a side road. Nothing in here, guys. Head up this old driveway and see what this house has in store for it.
Let's count the ammo and see what's left.
Yow boy. Lovely. That ain't too bad. That ain't great.
Got it.
I don't think this is bright enough. Jesus. Again. Ray tracing on that would have looked amazing, though. Yeah, if you look, I'm running really low on ammo. Good thing I still have the submachine gun should I need it. It's like an angler territory over there. Okay, we're gonna take a... Hello? I was wrong. I thought there was one. No, it is. This isn't one. I was about to say, I thought this was a hermit crab, because this is the hermit crab shell van. Oh, we're gonna let that guy stay where he is. I don't like anglers. Not a huge fan. They're a little overbuilt for where they are. We'll go a little ways down this road. I think we're in the go. I hate anglerfish. Well, thanks for the extra meat. We got a rad storm coming in. Okay, that looks like everything that was here. See, this is why you follow these little you follow the roads. You'd miss this if you just came charging across the wilderness like a madman. Sorry, the music just changed rapidly and that freaked me out. 'Cause I don't trust the game that does whenever the music changes suddenly, it usually means something bad's happened. We may not have a choice but to engage him. Are there any others? No, he's the only one there.
I've been told they've Valentine detector gauge are an eyesore. They should bring in the business.
Grab a little bit of lure weed while we're here. Not worth the bullet. Check this and then we'll head back up onto the road. Yeah. Talk to Velcrip.
Looks like crab cakes for dinner.
It's time for it.
Back up onto the main road we go. Yeah, we're getting... It's gonna be tight on that return trip. Oh, there's rad chicken. What do you got there? Looks like some blight.
Sucking down a lot of rats sticking around here.
That's what I was worried about. We're nearing trapper territory. Yeah, good luck ever shooting a rad chicken. Bastards move fast. I don't really want to engage, but come on. One of you give me something to work with. I know there's at least one more there. That confirms where one of them is. Damn it. Got him. Then you. Oh, we got a legendary. We're hunting them now. I really didn't need that extra fusion core I brought. Yeah, the moment there was a legendary, his ass was mine. Nope. None of that. Oh, there's at least one more over there. Who fell to their death? Nope. Okay. So Nick fell to his imminent doom. Okay. No, it was Longfellow. Yeah, exhaustion's starting to kick back in. See, I like that. That's a nice little bit of set design there. Super rickety, suspension-esque bridge. Bridge barely stable. I hit a spike through here. Yep. But when you're through with it, I think we're gonna... Okay, that's an automated turret. What do we got here? A little lobster shop?
Someone's coming.
Aha! There you are. I thought I could smell shit.
Fresh.
Oh, this is a nice little shack too. So 2 tile, 1x2 storage shelf, a little bit of loot.
Sweet.
Yes, more ammo. Missed the bottle cap.
Now you got my attention. Good time to stop for a drink, yeah?
Couple water purifiers. Or what would be water purifiers, the way I would do it. And 2 doors. Again, it's another little thing that's probably going to get used in one of my future builds. This DLC used a lot more of the pre-existing parts than a lot of the other ones it did. Nuka World, you'll not really find any of the workshop pieces. Base game, you won't find much of the pieces. You'll find some of the mechanics, but again, it's mostly, you don't see much of it. But you come here and almost all the barns, almost all of the barns are using the tile set they created. Nothing good here. So it can really make you think about what does it mean to create a building? Yeah, we're entering the Southwest Harbor region.
I don't think we're... Got you! I'll teach you.
Raining explosives.
What's that?
Yeah, this is going fairly well. Oop.
Find a bit of exercise.
Ah, fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you for taking that much of my health. You could have told me you had that one. I would have ignored him.
Let's count the ammo and see what's left.
Okay, so one of the things I like about Old Longfellow is his fight end line is really good at... Oh, that poor rat chicken. Normally I wouldn't, but... Chicken thighs. Well, this is a nice little shelter someone's living in. You know, it's nothing fancy again, but this would make sense. If you can't get into the building... and you can board up a wall like this. I would have sunk this in a little bit more if I was Bethesda, or twitched it in a little bit. But otherwise, and then build a counterpart in the form of a door here, and you've got a nice, secure... Longfellow, did you piss?
That'll teach you.
Okay, who pissed the turret off?
Where'd you go? I know that. I'll find you.
You don't need to worry, because I'll come to you. Did you seriously just try and talk to me through a goddamn wall, Nick?
We've got company. Good time to stop for a drink, yeah?
I have no shame in having put that round through his groin. Ooh. 2 clips.
Hey, Valentine.
Any chance you got a second now?
You alright?
You alright, Nick?
I wouldn't normally bother you with this sort of thing, but, well, I know I can trust you at this point. For as long as I can remember, I've been getting these, flashes. Memories of places I've never been. Things I've never seen. Memories of Nicks. They're not bad, they're just this inescapable reminder that I'm not the person I think I am. That I'm not a person at all. I'm just a machine, pretending to be human.
You think, you feel. You're more than pretending, Nick.
Yeah, nice of you to say, but your kind don't usually have to deal with someone else's whole life, trapped inside their skulls. Don't get me wrong, I know I'm in Nick's debt. These memories, they've kept me alive. Nick was a hell of a cop. A guy with good instincts and a good heart. I always counted myself lucky they didn't load me up with some ex-con, or whatever type might volunteer to let folks tinker with their gray matter. But it's thanks to Nick that I pass for human. Why I get to live cushy in Diamond City, and every other synth is shot on sight. I know I got it good, but everything that makes me who I am, my judge, and I can't do a damn thing about it, because without them, all I want.
You've already...
Yeah, I mean, you're not... You know, I'm just... Thanks.
Okay. Let's go grab those hard drives. Not much in the way of end a dungeon as Oxhorn would put it, but in a little bit. Enough, I should say. There's Vim. But we don't need to go there yet, so we won't. Victoria's trunk, and this is the one we can access. Okay. So I should be at the bring everything back stage, right? Yeah, okay. We are going to fast travel for this because I just kind of want to. Miss Weldy. Seldom if ever seen on land, General Atomics Miss Weldy, unlike the domestic service of Mr. Handy's or frontline combat of Mr. Gutsy, spends their lives locked away at sea, performing repairs of nuclear fuel tankers and other large ships. What mod are you from?
There is this chunk of Nick Valentine history I've been hoping to put a bow on for a while now. I could use a hand if you're willing to take a crack at it.
Sure thing.
Sure thing. What's the case?
Well, this one's straight out of the archives. Once upon a time, in the land of Boston, there lived a king of organized... hurt a lot of innocent people. So he sealed himself inside a personal shelter, located...
I remember.
Winter was from my time.
The story gets even more twisted. So he could come out of that shelter someday into this... Only Eddie didn't want to be a frozen banana. No cryo sleep for him, no. He invested...
Done your homework.
I have. I uncovered a doozy. Eddie Winter went and turned himself into a ghoul. 200 years before it was fashionable. Hell, he was probably the first one. And I'm convinced that he's still locked inside that shelter. I'm gonna find him and kill him.
Yes.
All right, you're a good man. Now, I know where Winter's vault is, but the door is sealed with a complex numerical code. Lucky for us, Winter's arrogance knew no bounds. Back in the day, he recorded 10 holotapes, incriminating different criminal associates. On each one, he hit it. We find all of those holotapes, we get all the numbers. I've been putting together a file on this one for a while, including one of Winter's. I managed to snatch from the Cambridge Police evidence lockup before getting swarmed by ferals. On my way out the door, I spotted an active evidence terminal. I'll bet my hat that. Probably worth revisiting any police departments you may have.
And there we go. Ugh. Whew. So I've got about 1 more hour in me before I'm going to be burned out. Originally the plan was I was going to try and do all Far Harbor in one go, but I don't have it in me.
It's good to see you again, brother. Prefer we keep it to just Nick and Dima for now.
Of course. Excuse me.
Yes?
I've got those storage drives you asked for.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Just the 2? Really? I somehow thought there were 3.
All I could find.
That was all I could find on the boat.
Right. Okay, well, I'm sure this is fine. Thank you. Well, you did your part, so...
Right. Your missing synth was jumped by cannibal trappers. He didn't survive.
That poor bastard. That synth came here to live in peace, and we failed him in the worst way possible. It's my fault. I'm glad we were able...
I'm sorry things didn't turn out better. I wish they had.
You and I both. Thanks again for your help.
Ooh. Marksman's recon modulated improved heavy shielded layer. That's actually a really good one. That's a sniper rifle variant. Okay, that should be everything from here. So after turning in the stuff to Far Harbor, I'm going to take like a quick 5 minute just to stretch my legs since I've been sitting here for 2 hours again. So it'll be shorter than the last one, just... Ugh. Sorry about that. So we'll turn in the Far Harbor stuff real quick. Rearm, because I am desperately low on ammunition. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm desperately low on some ammunition. The rest of the ammunition is fine. I think what will happen is off camera I will set up a trade line between Far Harbor and the Commonwealth.
You been to the tannery? You find my tools yet?
Hand over the tools.
Here are your tools. A fair bit of luck running into you. Here's your reward. Well earned. And now to work on the hull.
So I can come back a little bit later and she'll have a new one for me.
You are a curious specimen.
Oh, let's talk to him.
Hey, Doc. You are a curious specimen. Despite our friendly town doing its best to chase you out, you keep helping us ingrates all the same. I got to ask.
I like that. You're good people.
Good people in some dire straits. Figured you could use a hand. Huh? You running for office? Well, if that's the truth, we don't deserve you.
Just mind you don't let them take advantage of you.
Most folk here are set in their ways, yes? It makes no difference how hard you try to get in good with them. Heck, it took my family 3 generations before the Daltons would sell us a heel of bread. But there's a way. A downright insane way, mind you. You can turn even the most stubborn fool around.
I like this. Let's change some
I'd
opinions.
love to change their opinion of me. Do it right, and all mainlanders might get treated better. In olden times, leaders were chosen by something called the Captain's Dance. Legends say the toughest, meanest, and outright craziest hopefuls would chum the waters and lure out the worst the island could throw at them. Once the would-be captain killed the Mirelurk Queen, or Fog Crawler, or what have you, they'd invite the whole island to feast off the bounty. You do this, well, you won't be made captain, but you'll earn respect. Everyone's respect.
I like this.
I'm ready to become a legend, then. You what? You crack me up. There's an old
I like
Mirelurk
Teddy.
feasting grounds by Emmett's Causeway, a treacherous stretch along the coast. Go there and throw any kind of meat you got into the water. All that blood and viscera will be sure to attract attention. And then wait. I'll make sure there's a witness or two. Prove to the rest of these clods you belong.
Can I have a word?
Yes.
Okay, we can talk.
Look, I know I ain't the easiest man in Far Harbor to get along with. Social graces, well, that's never been my strong suit. Thing is, most folk in Far Harbor ain't worth a damn anyway. All of them cowering behind their wall, too scared to fight for their home. Can't like someone I can't even respect. And, well, that brings me to you.
I appreciate it.
If you're trying to say that you respect me,
I ain't going soft on you now. Don't be thinking that. Hell, I ain't been close to a lot of folks in my life. And there's even fewer We stick together long enough, Captain. And it might just...
that sounds good to me.
All right, enough of this blubbering. You lead and I'll follow. Seems to be working out so far.
I really do like old Longfellow. Oh, yeah, we're hitting the critical point, I guess.
You ask anyone in Far Harbor, they'll tell you Grandpa George was everybody's favorite.
Grandpa George can rest in peace. The fog crawler is dead.
Wonderful. That's another... with that fog crawler gone. That's right. The fog... And here's another 200...
Sure. Really, it's no...
Well... No, I don't have... But if you ask me, that's why the last...
Believe me.
If that's true, my late husband, Daniel, was the best fisherman this island ever saw. He and his crew had a favorite fishing spot out by one day. Turns out their leader was you.
I'll make that trapper pay.
All right, then. Remember.
Okay.
Is that a Pip Boy? I've heard about those.
Let me see. There he is. We're gonna talk to Ronald real quick.
Hey there. I don't think we've met yet.
Nice to meet a friendly face.
Yeah, I'm sorry you couldn't get a warmer welcome. The people here can be a little mistrustful.
You're safe here.
If you call running around outside the hall safe, then yeah. Besides, I'm not
sure. What exactly?
Now that I hear it out loud, maybe calling it... I'm on an adventure. I'm trying to...
Oh, god damn it. Okay, Val.
What can I do for you?
Just wanted to trade a few things.
I'll just go
Give me a
naked
second.
then.
I gotta dump some stuff so I can move. Okay, there we go. That'll hold me over.
That's all for now, thanks.
Sure thing.
We'll drop this off. Okay, so I'm gonna hop inside, pause, and we'll take might be a bit longer than a 5-minute. We'll see how it goes. So, okay. So yeah, I'll be back in 5-ish minutes. So let me get a good angle. There we go. See y'all in about... Oops, meant to put that on intermission, my bad, oh well. Okay, well, let me get my headphones back in the right spot, and TM. There we go. Now where the hell did Hyper go?
You want a bite? Either Mitch or I can take your order.
Hey, you see this box? This is what I'm doing here.
What is it?
That's exactly what I'm... Now listen closely. I traveled here from further down the East Coast, from a place called Point Lookout. You wouldn't believe the adventure I had there. But that's a tale for another time. It was as I was about to board the ferry to leave when I spotted it floating in the water. I waded into the water and dragged out this box. I couldn't find any way to open it. No key fit, no locksmith could pick it. I even tried shooting and blasting it open, but nothing works. Someone went to great effort to keep this thing locked. I've spent the last 10 years trying to figure out how to get it unlocked, and I think I might have found out how. The answer is on the island.
What did you find?
I found what could be my biggest adventure yet. I found old correspondence between some of the wealthiest families in 19th century America. The letters were old. Some were almost 400 years old. And they were quite faded, but I could see the reference to a locked box. Before the box was lost, it was in possession of a Professor R.S.G. Hunter. I spent years tracking down the family before I tracked them here. Professor Hunter lived alone in Huntress Manor on Huntress Island, a small island off the south coast. He died young in 1800s, of unexplained causes. So, what do you say?
Sounds like fun.
Sounds like fun. Count me in.
Trust me, we're going to have loads of fun. We can head there together, or meet up near...
Sure.
Let's see. Go ahead, I'll meet you there.
I'll meet you there.
I'll see you soon. I can hardly wait.
Fortify your gut against the fog. With whiskey. Ha ha!
Yeah, there's the box.
Booze for the belly or bunk for the night?
Barter.
What do you have?
Music to the...
Ooh, sweet, he sells eggs. Okay, well, we're gonna drop this off at, we're gonna drop the power armor off over at, Longfellow's place. We won't be getting to... I probably will just do what I've been doing and do a quick off-camera snatch and grab of getting these set up. Since an hour shouldn't take too much out of it. And just get the basics set up. Food. Make sure they have food, water, and defense. There we go. Just put this on the station.
Found a workbench, are you?
Didn't mind one of these at the agency.
There we go. Okay, so first off, Nick.
Hey.
So I think... Oh, he's got like nothing on him. Yeah, that because...
Hey there.
What's the plan?
Just looking to trade a little.
As long as you don't expect me to lug that junk.
I'm actually going through the process of unloading all the junk. Give me just a second. We're going to put... most of that can stay.
Nothing else for now.
All right, good chat.
Conveniently... And I'm right, I had to do a strong back, that's what it was. Oh, I need a couple ranks to get to strong back. Oh, we're going for strong back. Yeah. Language is fun. Okay, so that's the trapper. Is that a real-time movement? No, it does not look like it. Well, we're not doing that. That much is for certain. Oh, well, not today. Not doing that, not doing that. Do I have enough to... Sorry, do I have enough to build some of what I need? Furniture, beds... Okay, so we got a bed. Let me see if I have enough for... Oh, yes. There we go. So food isn't going to happen for a while, needless for the least of which being I have no food, but can I get a turret set up? Yes. Okay, and we'll just aim one turret right up the center. There we go. That should stop any degradation happening here. I think I'm gonna put down a cooking stand. Or yeah, a cooking. Put a grill. This seems like something Longfellow would have. Yeah, I like this. I will partially redecorate this, but I'm going to leave it mostly alone because it's where Longfellow's been living, and since he's a named character and all that. Inventory aid, I want to eat. Probably didn't need to eat all that, but oh well. And we'll go for 7 hours. That should hopefully also be pretty close to long enough for the Mariner to have reset. And I can talk to her again. And then I still need to talk to the Jackass. Yeah, so I'm going to wind up putting a little wall right here. It's going to run right along here, so that people can't get to the beach and just go right up and through. Because I love making it so that they have to go through the causeway proper. You know, really make them work for it. Yeah, it has a really different feel sometimes. Like, this is a big thing that Bethesda has actually done surprisingly well in Far Harbor. Base game, not necessarily as well, but it was still there fairly decently, is that feeling of raw destruction. Can I get up there? That will be something to investigate in the future. It looks like I can get up there. Okay. Slight change of plans. Nope. Oh, lovely. I picked up an infection. Let me take care of that real quick. I bet if I get up there, I can run along there. Can I don't think I can... Okay, curiosity is getting to me. We're going... Not God mode, I need... There we go. I am curious. Is there anything actually up here? Oh, that's a shame. Yep, she's got the whole... She's got the spike wall up. Is no one going to clean this up? Because if not, I'm giving them a sky burial out in the...
Guns, ammo, and souvenirs.
Out in the nasty sections.
Those tools you found are a joy to work with. It gave me this idea. A cargo freighter, founded ages ago.
Sure.
With a bit of arc welding and some elbow grease, the whole best to do it soon.
Why does it need... Come on.
Doc Teddy? Hard to get that out. When I take... So, it's been...
Uh-huh. Is there really...
Even in the old days. Plenty... Teddy sent word to some mainland doctors with my charts.
I can't...
But the ship's the MS Azalea. Once you mop the decks with them, I'll send my crew over. That's
sure.
Okay, so that gives us... I like the hull breach quests. You know, really...
Food. Stim packs.
Oh, right, we need to talk to... God, I hate talking to him.
Mainlander. Great. Fire your gun a few times and you think you're some sort of hero?
Hey, buddy.
Charity makes you weak. Makes you need it more and more.
Ladies and gentlemen, a modern Republican.
What happens next time when you ain't here, huh? For the next. Either us Harbormen survive on our own terms, or we take the long walk together. So if you're here to buy some ordnance, do your business. Otherwise, take the first boat out of here.
I'll take a look.
Make it fast.
Keep forgetting to put his glasses back on. I don't think I need to get anything for Nick. Why do you have kids' clothing? What have you been doing? Fish catcher. No, he probably doesn't have anything I need, but I've never hurts to take a look. Admiral's friend, yeah.
Need to drown your troubles? Talk to Mitch, the last plank.
Okay, let's go take on the Azalea. Because I love how it goes from being, oh, the hull, just some defenses set up, to actually being a literal hull. And like she extended it quite a ways out. It's all the way out to here. Yet you can come right up and over here. So it's like this wall piece, and this is the Bethesda. If you want it to be believable, should have been rotated this way. That would have made
a lot of folks at their worst in my line of work. Hard to not let it get to you sometimes.
Chill in my bones that won't come out. Too many nights out sleeping in the fog.
Now that's an interesting statement when we remember what the fog, or how the fog slowly wears away your mind. Chill that won't come out from sleeping in the fog too many times. Yeah, this is a lot better. Also, what's my carry weight outside of power armor? 230, so I've now got a lot of breathing room on my inventory. There we go. I've got a whole lot of ammo, but it at least gives me something to work with. Oh, yeah, the pre-war landslide. I was about to say, what the hell is this little shit lying around?
Boy doesn't sound pleased. Let's say we get out of here.
Those Mirelurk eggs. Okay, not going over there. That is death. That's a lot of them. That's a lot of enemies, and we're not going after that yet. Oh no.
We've got company.
I'd say it's time for
Give me a second here. What the fuck? Oh, right, I forgot they had my phone number. How about you never bother me again? I was kind enough to sign your petition. Fucking scavengers. So, yeah, go up here. And I'm also going to mention, don't mind this. This is another one of those settlers. Riptide over there. Okay, so we got 2 half tiles, a corner, center, regular, half open. He watches over the great expanse. No.
What was that?
Who wants a cap? Hey there. I like how that rendered it in, but that didn't. Okay. Taking pot shots. Well, I wouldn't even call those pot shots. I think I'm going to call them exploratory shots. Gotta be careful with this stuff. Never mind, he just handled himself. Wait, did I seriously expend all of my grenades? Jesus Christ, I spent all of them. Like, the issue is I know he's over here, but he hasn't... There. Jesus. Either expose thyself or okay. One of the other things is in future ones, what I want is them to mark all the enemies.
Why not? Ain't doing them any good.
In a region like this, and treat them all as the necessary targets. There we go. Rather than how they have been, which is just, oh yeah, you only need to take out so and so, and you've actually won. Oh, this is why I stopped seeing him. Oh. I was about to say, I think most of them might be below deck. Okay, we got one upstairs there. One issue with this cloaking armor is sometimes it's hard to tell what's your barrel and what's a target. We've got, looks like 4 people left. Got a legendary over there. He fell off and through. He's supposed to be up here. Seriously. Okay. Okay, he's to my left. I think he's got to be down. I think he's down and to the left. I got a decent setup out here. There he is. Okay, remember that barge has a legendary on it. Okay, so we know we have one more leader and one more. Okay, that's my way down. Now we'll leave it because otherwise I'll. Oh, I'm really glad he's dumber than a sack of bricks. Wow. There you are. Yay, another level up. More strength. Give me just a moment. Like I said, we're gonna, now I can take strong back and 25, 50 action points to run, over encumbered fast travel, and so really for me it's just these first two, is that extra 50 pounds. Everything else is a bonus. Okay. Bottle cap, bottle cap. think this barge is clear. I think I took out everyone involved pretty early on. Yeah, I hit their chem and their bar like right away. Oh, we've got 2. Three? Okay, he's directly above me. That.
It's ours now, eh, Captain?
There we go. So that's 3 legendaries we have to play with here. That's awesome. That's a lot more than I was expecting. And it looks like someone spawned in up top. Or I should say spawned back in up top. I think he's directly above. It looks like he's still up on the main deck. Crippling 10 mil, damn it. Probably not gonna be able to find all the legendaries I took. Yeah, I think he got teleported weirdly. Steamer trunk. I chose the wrong moment to reload. Okay, so all we have is the guy in power armor. Bilge, who is right on the other side of that tree.
Someone's coming.
Come on, back. Am I the only one who saw that body start running? Down we go. Got a legendary here, and it's shit. Damn it.
Yes.
If they didn't want it open, they should have bought a better lock, huh?
Exactly, Nick. Okay, so he's that one. Trying to figure out where that last body is that has my last legendary on it, because there was 3, right? Had him. Shot him from this way. Oh, I guess that legendary has lost the time. go hop back over and talk to the Mariner. Oh, we've got like, what is it? Well, oh, sorry. Got a little over 15 minutes till the top of the hour, and that'll be when the stream ends, so nearly there.
Don't underestimate those trappers by the Azalea.
The MS Azalea is good to go.
I'll send the work crew over. Listen, I haven't told no one except the doc. If your offer of help is still open, I'm thinking of casting off once the hull's done. But as much as these, for the life of me.
Your friends would want to help you.
You've been of help. Off with you now.
And so in about a day, this place will become a small fort. There will be a bunch of big hull pieces. And it'll actually start matching its goddamn name. Alan, you're a failure to humanity.
You need it? Bait shop's got it.
Yeah?
Be quiet, Fergus.
The Lees sell guns over by the tourist shop.
So I think we're actually going to do my tradition of doing just a touch of camera building before we call it a day. Since we're right on the edge of it, and I have a spot in mind, right about here, I think. Yeah, right here feels like a good spot for what I want to do. Structures, barn, floors. Give me a moment. I want the concrete floor with wood. Ugh, sorry about the hiccups there. Okay, we do that. Now we can go over to the barn. Barn, we'll do red. What am I out of? Looks to be wood. Well, it's not like this place is lacking in it. I can easily scrap. We'll grab a little bit of... We'll grab wood from the scattered junk all over the place. I like trying to leave some of these settlements as close to how they were when you find them as possible. But like these little posts I can replace with like a wire fence or any of a number of other options. But I always take out these fallen trees because they're not aesthetically helping anything. So there we go. And one door frame. We're gonna put the small windows. I'm gonna put a window there. I'm gonna put a window here. And I want... Do I have a non-broken version of that? There we go. I'm out of steel. Oh, it's not like there isn't a... Take that. But we don't mind, Longfellow. I'm building myself a home on your island. You know what? Yeah, we'll get rid of that, and we'll get rid of that. You won't be lonely anymore, mainly because you're not going to have a choice. Damn it. You'd think scrapping an entire goddamn tree would get you more wood, but nope. Let's go down here. There's a bunch of broken logs down here. There we go. So yeah, we'll just do this for the last couple minutes and then we'll call it good. Also, I intend to build pretty much the whole city along this boardwalk, which means I'll have to repair it at certain points. Oh, we'll speed this up by putting... do that, and then back over to walls. Can I just have a regular wall? There it is. There we go. And now we'll just do... well, this tree is staying. Because I like it. Let's go see if I can't find any more fallen trees on the island. Like this one. Like seriously, Longfellow, if you asked the Mariner, you could probably sell most of this wood off. Can you still get under that? No. Because I like doing that. I try and leave that tree alone. Give me the rowboat. There we go. Build up a little bit of wood there. We'll leave this mess here because I can use that bramble as like a support structure for a turret. But what I want to do is I need one more of these. That, and then... oh, that's right, that won't work, because they don't have a half railing, because that would be convenient and useful. Nope, not you. Oh, I'm out of steel now. Do you feel my pain? Yeah, we're almost there. Like I said, off camera, I might run back to the Commonwealth and bring in some more of these resources and set up the connection so that I have a nigh on unlimited supply. This Aster over here? Sweetness. Yeah, I love doing this. Just really building up this choke point right here is a big one for me. Yay! I can build more railings. I can't build enough of them, but I can build more of them. Ooh, actually. Because it only... Seriously, jump. There we go. So, off camera, that's going to be the primary plan, is just getting that handled. That, and then... Not that one. This one. There we go. So this is going to be the player home here. Just... Well, for now, it's going to be the player home. Oh, I built that right on it. So you got a nice little pass through here. Then maybe might set it, see if I can't set up like a loft. Like that height with the staircase coming down for the bed. What do I need for a floor? Yeah, I need steel, and I'm pretty much out of that. Okay. So that would cover that. Because my thought, if I come in here real quick and grab my military cot that's functioning as a bed at the moment. And I'm thinking if I can place it at like this height. I think there I might still be able to walk if I manage to wedge a platform under that. You know what, screw it. We're gonna, since I'm gonna be playing with this anyways. Okay, I should be able to just bring that straight down. So let me just... Then a staircase. Nope, not that one. That was way too wide. Perfect. And can I get around up here? For the most part, yes. Perfect. Like I said, I'm just playing, so I don't... This moment, I'm just messing around, so I don't care that I'm cheating it. Actually, yeah, let's do an old style chunk. Then... Because the idea is then you can just kind of sit here. 5 minutes and we'll wrap up. I just want to try this real quick. Come on, be inside the settlement. Ah, it isn't. I was hoping for just a moment that that little umbrella there was inside the settlement. For when I kind of like the shaly sound that the ground here has, like it's made of shale. But if we take a furniture moment of tables, recreation. Well, we're definitely not doing the new one because the new one wouldn't make sense here, but we'll do an old one. And then seats. Well, we're not doing airplane seats because it wouldn't make sense here. But a Federalist chair would. Well, the idea is, for the most part, you're not getting in easily that way. Then... not a prefab. Like I said, right now I'm just cheating because I want to see what I could create. No, that's not going to work. Let's do... Can I do a ruined metal counter in here and have it fit? Stove. Maybe just a second, I need a stove and I... Yeah. Thought I heard someone knocking. Okay, and then... There we go. There we go. And let me just see. Perfect. So we can pass through and we'll stop there for the day. Oh, that's actually a really nice view of Far Harbor. Let me just trim a tree for it. But that is 5 o'clock. We have been going for 6 hours, and I think I'm going to call it here for the day. So, I want to say thank you for coming. Tomorrow we'll have probably a much shorter stream. Might include some building. But thank you for coming, and have a wonderful day.